Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, the PMAC 2025. I am Priest and I am joined by Mitch. Mitch, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Priest, and thank you as well for being here. I mean, it is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025. I am quite excited, I have to be honest, and I can't wait to see how the teams are going to be performing today being the first day.
Yeah, today is the first day of many. We have three amazing weekends of action lined up coming to you live, so do not touch that dial. PMAC 2025, four regions coming together to participate and find out who will be the number one, who will be the champion come Nairobi, Kenya in a matter of weeks. And also, that number one slot actually qualifies to the 2025 PMGC, Mitch.
Exactly that. I mean, making it to PMGC might just be the best thing for the PMSC 2025 games. When you look at how the format has been from the beginning, we started the online qualifiers that began from the 13th to the 20th of July. Then we're now finally in the group stages where we have 48 teams participating, and we'll be waiting to see which teams will qualify to the next stage. That will be the grand finale where we'll be having 16 teams. That will be amazing to see. I mean, the 14 teams from the group stage, I hope they are ready because it is going to be a little bit heavy on them.
Yeah, absolutely heavy on them, but not as heavy as this prize pool. 8,000 USD going all the way through for the finals. 2,000 USD to the first place team, and the second place team walking away with 1,400, and the third place team will not be left out with 1,000 USD as well. The prize pool splits all the way to the top 16 teams, with 16s also walking away with a little bit of something, 50 USD, 15th place as well with 75 USD, and it's not the worst thing in the world. You still get to enjoy, the beauty of Nairobi. But the point system remains the same: 10 points for that winner chicken dinner, and a second place finish will grant you 6 points. Third place finish with 5 points on the draw. Fourth place with 4, and fifth place with 3. Sixth place gives you 2 points. 7th and 8th will share a point apiece. 9th to 16th, unfortunately, will have to go to the donut shop. But the eliminations will count. One elimination will be 1 point. But take a look at the groups, Mitch. I know you see some familiar faces here.
Yes, I actually see Team Execute, Team Unique. I can see Rescue Esports, RE, Invisibles. All these teams are here. The Donkeys are in the game as well. So we'll be waiting to see how they perform. We have RJC, XTC is also in the building. All these teams are familiar teams in the Africa scene. And of course, being in the different groups does not mean they will not be meeting each other, because seeing that all the groups will be playing today, and we'll be waiting to see how they will be clutching in the grand finale.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be looking forward to that. But today's match, the first match of today, will consist of Group A. And Group A does have Execute, Unique, 4M, and GUF, and a couple of familiar names in there. We've got Cash from Unique. You already know this is a Mauritius team and one of the strongest ones as well. But let's not forget 10, 11 Ecstasy from Nigeria. Becko is in the cut, Crusader as well. 12 esports do have Pablo Saitama, and Zeus and MAU esports also in the cut. Faker and Skydo players you have to be looking out for. But Logic is also there, and Zeus esports looking very, very confident coming into this game. It's going to be a very, very interesting one. But Emperor's Gaming is also here, Beast in the cut, and Kanye as well. Not esports do have Grandpa and Klaus leading the front line. But let's not forget Neon Rising, the ISF champions for Nigeria, also in the mix here. Baby and Beekeeper in the mix as well. Slaughter Unit with Mahir and Angry Man also in the front foot. ROD Esports with Narco and Craven, with Federal also in the mix. Royal Academy Gabon, the number one team from Gabon, is also in Group A. Lyrad with Osiris and Russia's also here as well. King and Obito, top two players you need to be looking out for.
Exactly. I have seen very interesting teams there. But then looking at the map schedule for today, we'll be starting game one with Erangel. Then we'll be going to the second map being the Land of Dust Miramar. The third match will be in Sanhok, pure grass everywhere. Fourth being Erangel. And then we'll be going back to the Land of Dust in the fifth match of the day, where we'll be having different groups being spread out the matches there. And we'll be waiting to see how they perform since Group 1 or Group A will be in match 1. Group A as well will be in match 2. Group B match 3. Group B match 4. And then Group C will be playing as well in match 5. That is in Miramar. Very interesting lineup of the maps. I mean, everyone knows their strongholds. Could be Erangel, could be Miramar, could be Sanhok. All this depends on how they have been practicing, and maybe their favorite map as well could be either. We are not really sure about it, but it is just the first day of the group stages, and that is exactly how the maps will be played as of today. Looking at the
Yeah,
playing teams in Group A, let's see. Prista, which teams are you familiar with in Group A?
I mean, we do have a lot of heavy hitters, playing in Group A. Execute, I believe Execute is from Kenya. One of the teams we will be looking out for, Unique from Mauritius. We've got 1011 Ecstasy, Nigeria's favorite. They're probably going to be going absolutely bonkers in the chat. Zeus eSports also in there from Mauritius. MAU eSports also from Mauritius. Neon Rising from Nigeria as well. Royal Academy from Gabon. I mean, there's a lot of amazing teams all coming through for this group. Remember, the top 14 teams in the overall leaderboard will qualify, and the best placing number one team from the Eastern region as well. And then we will head, over to the grand final. But it has been an absolutely incredible journey so far, from the group stages, or rather from the playoffs, to the group stages now, and from now we're going to move on into the grand finals. It's absolutely been incredible. The PMAC 2025, it has been an it has been an emotional ride for me. I'm not gonna lie. It's been absolutely exciting. 8,000 the USD on the line. Everybody knows how important this is. They know the risks. They know that to be number one, you have to behave like number one immediately after that first game. Do you think there's going to be any strategies some teams would like to apply, like first off the rip, immediately the game kicks off? Do you think there's certain teams that are going to be like, yeah, we'll just take it from game one?
Yeah, of course, they will be having some teams that will be feeling a little bit confident. You can look at the groups and decide, okay, this group seems quite fair for me. So why not just relax and play the game as I would play on a normal match any day in PUBG Mobile? So probably, I actually believe we'll be seeing some teams that will be going all out in a fast game. And then, of course, we'll be seeing some of them will be deciding, okay, we are not really that confident. So let's just back down a bit. Let's do some slow rotations. Let's play very passive. And then now, when the zone is coming to closing, when the game is coming to end, let's now be aggressive. Let's now show what we can do. But I can go with that. We might see a couple of teams that will start from the word go, game one, and you'll see. You know how the teams have been playing. This is not the first rodeo, so I know we'll be seeing a lot of interesting gameplays in the first game.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to that. That first chicken dinner is going to set the tone for every single team that is going to be participating, especially, owing to the fact that Group C plays only once today. So that is going to be a very, very interesting dynamic, very interesting factor, knowing that, okay, you play once today and your points are going to, be a little bit tricky. You're going to do a lot of math. Some teams are going to be doing a lot of math during the entirety of this group stage. But again, regardless of that, it has been an incredible run. We do I think each group plays 5 matches per week, so it's really balanced out. But now, do you think there's something like you would call a much more difficult group? Do you think any group is much more difficult than the other?
Should I go with the notion as a gamer or should I go with the notion as a streamer? But anyway, if I'm being honest, they always say Group A is the hardest. And you've seen the teams that are in Group A. You've seen the teams that are their best in different regions. You've seen them. All the teams are good. That's a fact. I mean, making it to the group stage, you have to be really good to be here at the end of the day. But when you look at Group A, you have seen very strong teams. EXE, 10, 11. Those are not teams you just mention at random. Those are teams, when you hear their names, you first have to think, okay, am I going to be pushing? Am I going to be avoiding this fight? I mean, we're going to be seeing that, but yes, I can go with Group A being that group. It's usually Group A. You can say it's something else, but Group A is always that group.
Okay, okay. Well, they're probably going to hold you to that one in the chat. But regardless, I think the groups are pretty balanced, if you ask me. The levels that these teams have, climbed to get to this stage is equally already impressive. So it's something we also have to commend, all of them
Yeah.
at this stage. Every single region has brought forth, an amazing number of teams, an amazing number of players. I think we did have 16 from the eastern region. We had 12 from the west, 12 from the south, and 8 from Central Africa. So top teams have come all this way to now show themselves that yes, this is what I can do. My team deserves that number one spot. My team deserves that 2000 USD. My team deserves to be at PMGC. But the journey starts now. How far can they take it? What can they do? Can they turn it around? Because like you said, there's a lot of different teams from different regions, different play styles, off the rip. So we are going to see something very interesting in match number one, because like I said, it sets the precedent. The first chicken dinner is always going to be very, very incisive as to how the rest of the tournament will progress. So, eyes on the ball, eyes on the prize for all of these teams that have done their absolute best to get to this stage. But now let's think about it. You know, the
Hmm.
top the top teams from all of these regions have now been scattered across groups, each group containing about 16 teams, and now there's an overall leaderboard of 14 teams. Now if I'm doing
Hmm.
my math correctly over
Hmm.
all of this, personally I think that you should be able to average at least 200 points, right? I think 200 points qualifies you
Yeah.
to the land finals, so I think personally, but before like we get into the action, slow down a little bit. I will be right back after the break, and by the time we return, we're going to have Erangel for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, and we just saw some amazing, amazing teams. We saw their lineup, we saw their rosters, we saw the schedule, we saw the point system, we saw the prize pool, and we saw the format, we saw the maps, and everything that has been absolutely ready and prepared for your eyes this beautiful day. Mitch, you saw the teams. You know
Mhm.
exactly what needs to be done. You know that that first chicken dinner is going to, rattle a couple of cages, shake a couple of teams. So, what are you expecting from this first Erangel game?
I will be expecting to be surprised. That's all I'm going to be expecting in this first game. I just need the teams to give us something we have never seen in the for the first time ever. We want to be surprised as the casters and ask, how did that team do that? That is exactly what I'll be expecting. It is the first game that will set the pace. Even for the viewers, it will be what will set the pace, and they'll decide, okay, it's going to be quite a heavy 3 weeks in this group stage. So yeah, they need to set that pace really, really good in this first game.
Yeah, they absolutely need to set that pace because, this is what the fan bases are built. This is what all the action is going to lead up to. Okay, we love this team because we saw their performance on day one and we're going to be riding with them all the way to the wheels fall off. But, Erangel, first map of the day, the PUBG Mobile African Cup is here, ladies and gentlemen, 2025. The road to PMGC has kicked off, and what a plain bath this is, driving just over that water that cuts between what the military base and the rest of the island, and then towards from the southwest. And this is going to be an interesting one. We did see a couple of cutout zone positions and playing paths where the playing paths are going from the southwest, and then we have the zone somewhere in the north or the northwest or even the northeast. Is that going to be the case this time, or are we going to see something different? But eyes on the prize regardless. 16 teams battling for that number one spot. Mitch, what do you
Mhm.
think should be the strategy in this first game?
I'd say for the first game, if I were playing, best thing to do is just wait for that chicken. If you can just be patient, if you get 10 points in the first game, you basically have one step forward in front of everyone, depending on the number of eliminations you'll have. Yes, at the end of the day, you need your elimination points. You need to have everything figured out, but getting that chicken is everything. I'd say for the first game of the day, strategy, make it as simple as possible. Do not be aggressive that much. Just take your time, study the teams. Of course, some of the teams are familiar with each other. They have played against each other for some time, and they know some teams are really good, and maybe this is where they're going to land. So we'll not be landing there, and we'll be going to a different place. So I really hope this first game that most of the teams decide to go very, very slow. They decide to not take up the early fights, just to be able to understand how the game is. At the end of the day, you've said it, it is the road to PMGC, and they have to be really, really careful how they handle every single game today.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be very, very important to see how the game kicks off. And you have the first drop with a Car 98 finish. Big shot over to the window there. Slaughter unit in trouble though. Angry man looking for a way through from that ground floor. Can't seem to find a position through, but the finish will come through. 77 goes down. Slaughter unit will be losing our first player, and Slaughter unit unfortunately getting slaughtered here, losing their first man. It is not the best way to kick things off at all. This could be a big hit to the morale of this team, but it's not the end of the road just yet. It is only the beginning. Finish has to play a little bit closer to the rest of his teammates, though, who force him out to the open. Angry man looking for a way through. Does have the UZ strapped all the way to the back. And he has a mini to close things down, but he has swapped it immediately to the UMP. And things could be working out to see how this could yield into something. We have seen a very interesting turnout here. Teams landing on each other. I mean, this is the eastern part of the circle. We do have a team in Lipovka. Naturally, this part of the map can contain two teams without any trouble. But it looks like
Mhm.
it looks like 12 esports wants this entire region for their self, Mitch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for SU Slaughter Unit being at a loss here, losing already one of their teammates too early in the game, that does give 12 a chance to be ahead of them. You can see Pablo, they are trying to cook up a nade. Beautiful damage from Slaughter Unit player Mahiri there. Beautiful spur the Bison, still trying to get some damage on Pablo. But then they have to be really careful. This is what we were talking about actually when I said the fast fight, you have to be careful as well. You don't want to be the team on the losing end because the other team will now be having 4 points ahead of every single team just at the beginning of the game. We are in the fast pace, so why not be careful? But Finish here is proven to be quite a sniper because he's really confident with the sniper, trying to get the P-fires on Angry Man. All I can say is they have to be careful. This man, if he goes far away in a long range and he's given a chance to use that Car 98, I believe some teams will be having a hard time in this game.
Yeah, equally a hard time. I mean, easy positions there. Saitama with the first drop and a second ball to follow as well. Gets the flush on Mahir. Trouble again for Slaughter Unit. They're getting absolutely dominated here by 12 esports. Pablo already on the offensive, already on the chase. 12 esports have a number advantage and he could be capitalizing, but Angry Man had no idea that he would be running straight into Pablo. And now it is closing time for Slaughter Unit as they are down to just Vexy. An unfortunate turnout for them. Probably did not expect 12 esports to land or anyone to land in this position, but I believe, this could be a learning curve for them. And I do see a monster truck over to his right. The best thing to do would be to hop into the truck and get out of Dodge. Personally, that would be the best thing here. Maybe he might be blessed by the zone later on and get some placement. But, Slaughter Unit, this is a very, very unfortunate start for them.
Yeah, losing all these players in the early fights, that is three players down. It is quite unfortunate. I have to agree with you on that. And for now, what is happening is that they are now is giving 12 the confidence they need to go ahead and get the push on Vexy. He is surrounded right now. They are going in for that push. The damage coming from right behind him, that is finished. And just like that, the first blood has been drawn. The first team to be eliminated in the first game of the day is Slaughter Unit. I believe that is a team from Kenya. So that means that they have to really start figuring out what is our next step. Because honestly, Priest, if you're in that situation now and you'll be thinking, we have lost the first game. What should be our strategy now for the next remaining four games? What should we do so we can try and maybe catch up?
Yeah, I mean, valid question. But at this stage, is a little bit very interesting here because Neon Rising could be turning their tides on to the guys from Execute, though. A couple of shots sent their way, losing out Beekeeper, but he did manage to take two away. Well, will the rest of his teammates pull up just in time to save him from himself? A little bit of a trouble position here for Neon Rising, having their players out into the open here. They did lose one. Will that guy be able to get the pressure off, though? This could be something special for Neon Rising, but Execute already have the drop on his position and a couple of shots from Mambe, or rather from Mamba, over to the hillside position, gets a couple of shots through again, forcing Neon Rising to rethink this position. Doesn't look like that guy can do a lot from here since his position has been compromised, but this is something we also talked about, Mitch. Neon Rising and all of these teams always getting overwhelmed, having players, or rather having other teams land in their position, after all we've seen so far in the open qualifiers. All of these teams, they have tried their absolute best, but you can never be the king of a particular position unless you contest that position consistently.
Yeah, that is really, really true. I mean, you have to fight your way through every single position in the game. Erangel is a map that most of the teams are familiar with. Some teams are too confident in Erangel because they understand if I go to a certain place, they'll be able to get at least a shark. A rock, a tree that they're familiar with, and they'll say, "Okay, I know how we can make our rotations. Yes, let's go ahead and do that." And just like you've said, for the compounds, you can never secure a compound unless you defend it enough. Because most of the teams, especially when the pressure goes up, they will be forced to come in and try and get your compounds, and then now you will be forced to find a way of surviving. But we have an interesting team here. That is Team Unique, known team from Mauritius. We have seen them playing a couple of times, dominating, and we know that they are good. they're good, and that is something people will be waiting to see. How is the team going to be representing us? What will be their strategy? What will be their end goal? Where will they be finishing when the group stage come to an end? But when you look at the zone now, it seems to have gone towards the central side of Erangel, where we have places like school and shelter being quite safe for now. But then when the zone decides to move, some teams will be quite disadvantaged. And I don't know about EXE, not even EXE. Look at Neon Rising right now, Priest. That will be the longest rotation they'll ever make. Either they cross to the other side using the ocean, or they'll just have to come and join Team Execute and Rodriguez Esports in this fight on the bridge.
Yeah, big opportunity for them to hold the bridge side though. But Rodriguez Esports doesn't look like they want to commit against this engagement. We execute again. They do have a better idea, and that would be to hightail it and get out of that position. But don't forget, Neon Rising still in that southeastern side, probably going to hold in and get more intel on this position. But Abraxas and the rest of the team from Rodriguez Esports, they will reposition and get a little bit closer deep into the southern side of the circle, keeps them at length from execute, and also feeds them a little bit of more intel going forward. So that would force them out into position again, putting them in a better spot to work towards that final circle where I believe that is the objective here. But not esports also with a similar idea, trying to get in from the northern side and keep their position in the zone. But remember, we saw the zone, we saw how it's circled up nicely into that central position. It is going to favor a lot of teams, but some teams were caught out in the blue zone, so hopefully they will be able to find their way through, and hopefully they do not get caught out like the guys from Not Esports. Major shift for them, because Grandpa might be sent over to the nursing home sooner rather than later to nurse some injuries if he's not careful. Running across the bridge, so exposed there. But GUF in a very solid position from the northern side of Yasnaya. I believe they want to hold this entire region and squeeze and suffocate teams that are trying to make rotations.
That is true. They will be waiting for teams coming from places like Poliana, and they'll be making it quite hard for them. That is a fact. But then when you look at Farm right now, you have two teams. That is Rodriguez. They did go away from Team Execute there along the bridge, and now they're here in Farm, and they have another team right next to them. They will be forced again to engage in a fight. They seem to be running away from the early fight, but they are somehow locating them. So I really hope that they'll be choosing the right thing to do. Either go away from this fight or just decide it is time we start engaging a fight. But I wouldn't say it is time yet. Already we've lost just one team, that is Slaughter Unit, and we are still having teams not choosing to engage in any fights. You can hear a couple of fire back to back here from different teams, but no one is really ready to take on that fight. And finally, 12 Esports will be going in for that push. Two of their players, Saitama and Pablo, are down, and we can see their teammate. They're trying to hook up a nade, but we can see a push there. Beautiful spray with the browser, and we have a player there being taken all the way back to lobby fast. He's down, and his teammate as well coming in with that push. Beautiful sprays again to the Grozer. Another player is down. Amazing cover here from the two players. 12 players that is finished, and Pablo have the synergy. Pablo is down now, and other players will be forced to wait, but not any longer, because they have been eliminated by the invisible team.
Yeah, invisible. They did not see them coming at all, and they appeared like a thief in the night, eliminating 12 Esports. And 12 Esports did have a very good start after eliminating, I believe it was a team in Lipovka earlier on, and it doesn't look like that yielded much of anything. But take a look at Ecstasy from Nigeria, the Western region, and they are looking very comfortable, sitting a little bit closer to the center of the circle. You're starting to see the strategy that they are applying here. Looks like that would be the run of things for the most part. Zeus Sports still running around that position, trying to keep them at bay, keep a little ideas away from their position and hold that line for the most part. But let's not forget, Unique is also in the mix. Two Mauritius teams all circling through. Execute also looking for a way inside. Pain did manage to steal one elimination earlier against the guys from Neon Rising, did work in his favor as well, and this could be something very special for them. They're trying to gather as much intel as possible inside of shelter, playing in from the south of the zone, trying to advance a little bit closer than one would like, but it could work in their favor if they do have enough information. Roppo and Lord from the invisible team have the advantage of the high ground position, but they do not have the play zone, so they might be caught out on rotation the moment they decide to move out from that southern side. And maybe if they do try to make a rotation around the corners, they will be spotted out. Again, we saw this earlier on, but Roppo and the rest of his teammates did make an amazing job to hold down that southern position.
Exactly. For the Invisibles team, they seem to be really good at holding a compound, or rather the high ground. They have been staying along the high ground for quite some time. That is what made it really easy for them to be able to take out the 12 esports team. And now they have teams passing around them. They have teams that are scouting the area. They want to be aware of their location. And then we'll be seeing them engage in a beautiful spray there from the Invisible plan. That will be forcing them to go in for that push, because now that is the only thing they needed to be able to engage in a fight. So far, most of the teams are going to be forced to engage in these fights. They do not have any other choice other than to engage. The zone is getting smaller. The compounds are no longer safe because everyone needs to be in a place they feel secure. And if it's your compound, then why not move you from that place? At the end of the day, we have all paid rent to play in these compounds in PUBG Mobile. And we have another team that is EXE, that is Execute. And we can see Mamba, the amazing damage on Invisibles. But the players from Invisibles right now quite surrounded. They have at least two teams surrounding them, and they have to be really, really careful with their next steps starting from now.
Yeah, they have to be absolutely careful. Can't make no mistakes now. They've lost a player already. They do have 5 eliminations, though. That is a morale booster, and that could be something special for them going forward. But let's not forget the Emperors also have them in their line of sight. The only advantage here being the hillside position and a little bit of the play zone. Emperors will have to move out of cover, and the ideal thing here would be for the Invisible team to hold them inside of prison and lock them up for good. But it's still a couple of seconds before that zone moves into phase number 5. We do have 13 teams alive, 47 players all vying for that chicken dinner. It could be anybody's game. Neon Rising on the front foot again, now setting their sights onto Rush. Baby gets a drop on Damaris as well. Over to that southwestern side, is working through. They're dropping them one after the other. Cola gets another drop, goes for the flush, and Rush will be down to just Mai and Lee King. Unfortunate turnout for Les Roches there, but that is what you get when you play a split, Mitch. They split their team into two
Yeah.
players, to get more information, and unfortunately, they have lost 2 players.
Yeah, actually, along that line, when you're saying the split, sometimes I feel the split works and sometimes it doesn't. For Rush, that is basically what has happened. Sometimes the split could be the best thing a team just did, because once one of your teammates is able to distract another team, you can easily now engage. But for Rush, I believe that was not their time. And you can see another team is currently sporting them there. We can see Emperor getting some damage, but they're not yet able to get any knock on the players from Rush. Now, being that they have only 2 players remaining, I'd say they have to be really, really careful. This is not just any game, it is PMSC 2025. Every single move they do now will be a matter of what next. Why are we doing this, and why are we taking on these fights? Will it be worth it at the end of the day? Team Execute here have been holding the shelter for quite some time. They have not been moving at all. They have just been holding the same place. And now we can see a team there. The Rush is going in for that push. Beautiful spray from Team Execute, and the Rushers have their team basically easily wiped out by the players from Team Execute.
Yeah, executing again. And we saw that position being held in shelter. We saw how advantageous it would have been, and it turned out that they did make the right call. Teams getting caught out on rotations. Les Roches already being one of the victims, and now we are down to just 10 teams, 38 players alive, and a couple of eliminations going to the Invisible team. They are lapping this up. They do have 3 players, but that has not deterred them for being very aggressive with this. But unfortunately, the 2 teams are following suit. 12 esports and not esports as well have been eliminated. A couple of eliminations on the board for them as well. Neon Rising have been chasing that one down as well. Execute finally adding up another number, and now they are up to 5 eliminations. Things are looking very, very good for them. Invisible team now having to make a little bit of a closer rotation, but they are still gonna try to hold that eastern region, try to get as much intel as possible. There's still a lot of teams in the open. Lord also playing anchor behind them, and the are utilizing the fact that he does have a high ground position to feed the intel, but the play zone has shifted a little bit more central now, and it's only 3 teams that are inside of that zone. Neon Rising just making their way in. GUF also trying to make their way in from that northwestern side. Unique also from the west, and MAU Esports also a big chance for them to crash into the party. But there's so many teams, so many angles, Mitch, so many positions for either of these teams to get exposed.
Exactly. So many angles, so many teams. Most of the teams are not even ready to engage anymore. I mean, look at XTC. This is something we are familiar with. We know how 10-11 decides whether they want to be engaged in a fight or not. They do very late rotations, and they're doing exactly the same thing right now. They have made the late rotations. They have made it to the zone a little bit late, and now they're holding the safest compound because everyone else is engaging in a fight apart from them. You can see some teams already having some of their teammates down. Rodriguez Esports there already. 2 of their teammates have been eliminated. Federal and Nathos being the only people remaining in their team. They're beautiful damage, but unfortunately he's quite distracted and he does get eliminated as well. I believe now it is where the teams are feeling the pressure. The first minute were not that heavy, but now as we progress, you can see what's happening. Teams are losing teammates one by one. The pressure is finally here. The tension is then. We can see XTC as well getting pushed by Neon Rising. 2 teams that are familiar with each other looking at Shelter as well. Another fight is definitely taking place. People are finally pulling up the confidence to take on these fights.
Oh, big game from Ecstasy, trying to hold the compound to high regard there. And a big shot with the DBS. Amar goes straight to the ground. Crusader with an off angle, trying to hold it in. A couple of eliminations for Ecstasy. Bego goes for the flush. Kelvin goes down immediately as well. Bego tries to play off the right-hand side. MAU Esports trying to breathe through, but 10-11, they're saying no, they're holding out. Bego trying to keep him inside. Lord plays in a little bit closer to the south, but he takes a hit. And Bego mows him down immediately as well. Another grenade over to the top side, and Traitor goes down. Amar is still knocked away. Ecstasy in trouble now. Demonic trying to hold it down. Another grenade over to the other side, and more sprays and more chaos and more action all the way through here. Ecstasy could be in trouble, but Crusader continues to apply some pressure to hold the ground side position, and Demonic might be spotted. He props it through and immediately jumps into the Molotov, and surely but surely all it takes is one more shot and Demonic will not be getting picked up. Crusader still knocked away. Bego looking for a way through. Trader has been picked up. Sprays into the corner, and he does get Trader knocked away. Over to the right-hand side. A couple more shots again with the S12K, and Demonic is absolutely playing through. He might play this through. It goes for the drop, and that will be the end of Trader as well. Ecstasy somehow cannot seem to hold it in. They cannot seem to close this down. MAU Esports cracking down on them one after the other. Bego goes down as well, and this might be a 1 versus 4. Demonic over to the side. And he will clutch. MAU Esports will eliminate 10-11 Ecstasy just inside of the compound.
That is amazing, amazing gameplay. They are coming from Mauritius player, that is Demonic, and that was the best clutch we have seen yet. It is just the first game, and he was able to eliminate XTC by himself using just the S12K. But then this time around, he will not be surviving because Team Unique is here to basically ensure the whole building is basically red zone, and he cannot move outside the compound. So far, we have at least 6 teams remaining right now, and now the teams are now getting familiar with each other. They know that if I go next to this team or if I make a rotation right now, I must just be encountering a team because they have had all the fights happening around them. But so far, so good. Another fight is taking place between 2 teams. That is Royal Academy, that is from Gabon, and then you have Team Execute there from Kenya. We'll be seeing how they take up this fight. They have a solo right next to them as well. You have to be really careful of those solos. Once you do not expect them, they might just ruin your chances of getting that win. Basically, a chicken dinner might just be a story you'll be telling people. But once you spot that solo player, then things will be a little bit different. That is now where you will be able to at least change your game for a few seconds before another team closes in. But then so far, so good. No one wants to engage yet. Everyone is focusing on the compounds. But as you can look at Zeus Moris, they have the safest compound right now, and Fabian going outside the compound might not be the best thing to do as of now.
Yeah, it might not be the best thing though, but it looks like it could be the most effective thing. They do have 4 eliminations, and they have been defending this quite nicely. did see a little bit of a chuck and dive coming earlier on from Neon Rising, but that did cost them, and they will be losing yet another player. Baby also in the mix there, playing a little bit closer toward the northern side, does have that position covered for the most part, but he is exposed to the likes of Royal Academy from Gabon. Again, that position they do have is a little bit of a split. Could be a hit or miss if they could hold that position, but Mad Mad does have their vehicles in sight, knowing the right call would be probably to destroy all the vehicles there, and this could be something special for them. But take a look at that unique line, and what a spray from
Wow.
Aya. And Team Unique may have just broken the deadlock there, but doesn't look like that will yield much of anything. That is just a warning shot to tell Zeus that they are not out of the woods just yet. That position is easily compromised through the windows, so they will learn to do a little bit better. Exist also on the high ground position here, just hanging behind the containers, just closer inside. Now Neon Rising down to 2, trying to hold this in. That's a big spray again. Kola unfortunately spotted the moment he pulls up for a breath of fresh air. He will be sent back underwater and back to the lobby. He will go. Neon Rising down to just one player now.
Yeah, that is going to be really hard. Seeing that Neon Rising having just one player will be something they have to put in mind when they're trying to engage in any fight. When you look at Lord here, he will be maintaining a very safe position. He will not be moving at all. He will be waiting for people to eliminate each other, and then maybe we'll be seeing him engaging in a fight to have the EXE player that is playing being knocked and casted using a vehicle, because Royal Academy player was just passing by and was able to spot him using his vehicle, and that was an easy elimination for Team Execute. Right now, they have to really start moving from the shelter because the zone is about to close in. They are in shelter, they're using the underground tunnels there to make their rotations, but then that will not be the best thing for them right now, seeing that the zone is about to close in. And you can see other teams also trying to make their rotations. Zeus Moris finally leaving shelter, and they're looking for a place they could go, not knowing that they have a player right next to them, and that is Neon Baby, waiting patiently, and maybe we'll be able to take at least one, if not all players back to lobby. We have seen that happen with a Mauritius player that is demonic, and probably we'll be seeing the same thing right now with Baby. Anything can happen. It is the PMAC group stage, and every single kill and strategy will be working in this stage.
Yeah, every single strategy is absolutely important because you can see it. Unique are trying to hold the entirety of that northwestern region by themselves, trying to play a little bit of a split there. Could work. Royal Academy are not going to give this one up. They do have a better position. It covers a little bit of the high ground. It's all about the play zone now. Once it moves, it will force all of these teams out into the open. They will be exposed. Fabian's been spotted. A couple of shots might be sent his way here. Zeus will be getting forced out of that library position, and that will put things into a different type of perspective for the guys from Royal Academy as well as Zeus. But Neon Rising still have a man playing spoiler, Baby, in that eastern side. More shots being traded here between Royal Academy and Team Unique, but Team Unique have not secured that many eliminations. They will need a chicken dinner if they do want to compete with the rest of the teams in this lobby. They cannot afford to make any mistakes. The top side looking very, very, very coagulated in that position. They do hold the entrance to shelter for the most part. They have been there for a couple of minutes, so they do have a lot of intel being covered. But take a look at Baby. He's crawling his way through. He's playing the spoiler. He has not been recognized. He has not been spotted. If the play zone is going to favor him, it's not too far off. Royal Academy have been forced out of this position. Now it's all about the strategies. What will they do? Will they advance forward? Will they play in a split? Also, the same applies, but Zeus Esports have been blessed with the play zone here, Mitch. Do you think they can capitalize?
Yes, they can. If you look at the rotations that are going to be done right now, most of the teams will be forced to go directly towards Zeus. And that means they will be exposed, really, really exposed to Zeus now. And they might just be losing a couple of players as they try to make it to the station. And look at the Royal Academy players there. They have been quite damaged there. Tokyo as well is trying to make it to the station, But for Zeus, having the compound, having the zone, they have a little bit of the compound favoring them right now. That will be the best thing to do. But as you can see, some nades are getting turned towards the players from Rug, and they might just connect, and we might be seeing a couple of casualties from the Royal Academy team. They might be losing a couple of players to those grenades, but then unfortunately, a team has been eliminated, and that is Team Execute, leaving just four teams. And you can see Neon Rising player Baby is still making his way into the safe zone. He's playing it quite safe. A beautiful turn there for Neon Baby, being able to get the damage and the knocks, but then unfortunately that does expose him to the other players from Royal Academy, and for Baby, that will be it. But as you can see, Priest there, Zeus is having a good time. They're able to spot the teams as they try to cross towards the safe zone.
Yeah, the safe zone giving a little bit of an inkling here that it has favored Zeus eSports, and they are going to be capitalizing now. It is Mauritius against Mauritius, and now Faker goes down immediately to exist. The ICIC M416 will crack his skull and send him all the way down to the floor, and Unique are lapping this up. They're enjoying this now. 4 versus 3, the numbers in their favor, but the play zone is not. Another grenade sent over to the left-hand side to shield the vision. The smoke's already coming out from Madman, and he's going absolutely mad. Another grenade over to the left-hand side, and Thugger might be spotted. That grenade, if it lands perfectly, does land perfectly as well. 2 bodies in the air, and that is trouble now for Zeus eSports. They can't seem to deal with this on. Over to the right-hand side, Madman tries to circle back, and he will clutch. He will hold, and that will be the game. The chicken dinner will go over to Unique. Zeus eSports had no idea what hit them.
Exactly. Ma was just patient. You know what the players there, sorry, from Zeus were just playing it safe. They knew they had the compound, okay? They were so sure that if we stay here, we'll be able to maintain this same position, same tempo. We'll be able to ensure no team makes it to the safe zone that has been able to eliminate them. But then this time around, that was not the case. Yes, they were able to get at least a few eliminations there from Royal Academy, but things do change. Baby was there to get the elimination, but when the zone started shifting, things became a little bit different. And then now the tables turned, and now everyone was just shocked that that is not going to be the case anymore. Zeus is not going to be giving us the chicken. So I think my thoughts there were a little bit wrong there when I say they might just be doing it. But you know, it is an unexpected game, unexpected realities. Sometimes I told you, game one, I need to be surprised, and the final fight was basically a surprise.
Yeah, I was absolutely surprised as well. I really thought it was wraps, but one team was just much more confident than the other. And that is what happens when you hang around a position in the zone for just a little bit too long. And they were too focused on Royal Academy, to make a play earlier on, and they did get caught out. That was just an unfortunate scenario for them. I think it was going to work if they did decide to take the offensive and push out just a little bit faster. Things could have been different, but unfortunately for them, Unique just had a better strategy for them, and it did play off a little bit better. But I was still impressed by a couple of other teams as well, Execute and Invisible Team being one of those teams as well. And don't forget Demonic from MAU Esports, also in that 1 versus 3 against 1011 Ecstasy. He did manage to turn things around, and I do think there was a lot of third parties and action going on in the vicinity, but it was still a very, very valiant effort. For me, that was the highlight of this game. It was absolutely incredible to watch. High pressure moments, but high pressure players will always deliver. Eyes are going to be on him now going forward into the next couple of games, but I would be absolutely impressed of that. So chicken dinner, we've seen the first chicken dinner. We saw how scrappy it was. We saw how very tight the play zone forced these teams out. Royal Academy, for me personally, it was just they didn't just have the zone, so they couldn't capitalize. But personally, I think they could have applied a different strategy towards that final third.
Yeah, I agree with you. But then you see, we talked about the solos. You can never be too sure. It is the last zone. The solo was there. If Rug, like you're saying, made the right calls, then maybe they would have been aware of Baby. But you saw him snaking from one phase of the zone to the other phase without not even a single team spotting him, because everyone was distracted. Most of the teams had a full team. They had the numbers, and they couldn't really think through where the solo would be. So that kind of put Rug at an unfortunate situation. They were disadvantaged. Baby saw a chance and he took it exactly as it was. So, of course, I mean, Rug had the chance, they had the numbers, but when they were trying to make it to the zone, that is where everything changed. And just like he said for Zeus as well, they had the position, but then maybe they're not just a little bit confident enough to be able to take on that fight. They would have easily been able to get that chicken if they just capitalized, like you're saying, the chances they had, zone and a compound.
Exactly. If they did hold it down, I think they would have had a different result. But regardless, Neon Rising did put up the game in the front foot. But let's not forget, Invisible Team, like I mentioned earlier, did have a fantastic game, and it was all at the hands of this man, Columbus, and he was absolutely cooking. 7 eliminations, almost 800 in damage points, 7 knocks as well. Yeah, this guy was absolutely cooking. He did survive 18 minutes on the clock and healed over almost 150. So yeah, that tells you that, yeah, this guy is somebody we're going to be looking out for. Columbus from the Invisible Team, and we are going to be keeping our eyes peeled on him. He was absolutely incredible in that game. He was a front man. But overall, we do have Columbus, Demonic. Of course, he does make the cut. For MAU Esports after that 1 versus 4 that he managed to pull off against 1011 Ecstasy. But let's not forget, Baby also was there, the last surviving player for Neon Rising, and Madman from Unique. He was on fire as well for Unique, and Finish from 12 Esports was absolutely also throwing tantrums against these other teams.
Exactly. Looking at the match summary here, we have 60 eliminations from the game, 9 headshots. I believe we have to count Finish there because of his amazing car 98 skills. A long distance elimination being at 345 meters coming from Colombo. Very, very good skill there. 2 vehicle eliminations, 5 grenade eliminations, and 4 drops looted. We have to talk about the 2 eliminations from the vehicle. I believe that is when the players from Royal Academy were making their rotations towards shelter, and they were able to get the eliminations on Team Execute. But a good number of grenades have been used there. Hopefully, they will use more in the next game. But as you can see, we have talked about Finish. That is where he was dominating and how the first team of the game of the day, to be eliminated is none other than Slaughter Unit. They were quite disadvantaged and they were taken back to lobby too early, and they were not able to come back from that. But we are hoping game number 2 they will be able to do something about that. Looking at Demonic, the place where he did exactly the unbelievable in the first game of the night, being able to eliminate XTC by himself. That was amazing to watch, and Baby taking that chance to eliminate and make it hard for Royal Academy to get their chicken dinner.
Yeah, it was absolutely difficult. This final sequence coming through from Madman there was next level. He did turn things around for Unique single-handedly, and he was leading the charge. But that tells you all you need to know. Regardless, Team Unique did step up to the plate for eliminations. In total, they did have 7 eliminations, and that shows you how much of a team effort this was. They did not lose a single player. I think they did. I think Aya did take some damage towards the final third, but didn't necessarily lead into much. But it works out time and time again. We saw everything that turned out, and it was absolutely brilliant from Team Unique. Now all they have to do is keep the momentum, keep it up, add more, and keep the pressure on the rest of the other teams. Remember, 7 eliminations and a chicken dinner. It is not the craziest performance, but it is a start. 17 points to the good for Team Unique, and the Invisible Team with 13 in second place. Neon Rising in third with 12, 1 for the books as well, all the way down there as well. Zeus did manage 11 points to the good, and now Royal Academy from Gabon also in 5th with 10 points. Execute with 9 in 6th place, MAU Esports in 7th with 5, 12 Esports in 8th with 5 points as well, and Ecstasy with 4 points, 1 for placement and 3 eliminations. And Not Esports and the rest of these other teams, no placement points for them, but Not Esports did manage to get 4 eliminations, putting them in 10th place with 4 points, and 4M also putting 2 points on the board with those 2 eliminations they got earlier in the game. But GUFA, the Emperor, Slaughter Unit, Arrow D, and Les Rushes, unfortunately, no points on the board just yet for match number 1, but it is not over for them. They do have another opportunity to do something special. But they came from nowhere. With the GT30 Pro, they rise, and so can you. By now, win a trip to 2025 PMGC, be their #1 fan, and outplay the rest. Well, ladies and gentlemen, PMAC action is still coming up. We have 1 map down. We still have 4 more maps to go. The action doesn't stop here. And Mitch, I know you're excited because I'm excited as well. Well, like I said, I'm excited, and I hope you're excited as well. But by the time we're done, we're gonna have the next map ready for you. Until then, we'll be right back after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup 2025, brought to you by Infinix as well as Pubg Mobile Action. And look at that beautiful GT30 Pro. I want me one of those. These players are going to absolutely enjoy themselves. But first game down, unique, getting that tasty chicken dinner, 7 eliminations, 10 points for the chicken dinner, 17 total. They are standing at the top of the leaderboard, and that is a beautiful way to kick things off. But that was Erangel. Now we're heading over to Miramar, Mitch. And you know that Miramar, things that get a little bit down and dusty, and now the strategies start to take a little bit of a difference. What are you expecting to see in the first Miramar of the PMAC 2025?
I believe this being the first Miramar, and now that teams are familiar with each other, we're used to Miramar being quite, a little bit interesting, where teams tend to fight a little bit early. We're still going to be having Group A playing in Miramar. So what I can say I'm expecting is a change in the gameplay and strategies, because now they know how the teams are playing. One game might not be enough, but it is a head start to at least realize the teams that I'm going against, what are they up to, how good are they, what are their strongholds, at least for game one. So game two, I'm expecting something a little bit different. Either some teams will be a little bit aggressive because they've been able to understand their lobby, or we'll be seeing some little bit more of passive gameplays just like game one.
Yeah, I do love the Angry Bird plain skin. It looks very, very cool. I wonder who owns that. But like you said, the strategies all matter. Every single strategy matters at this stage, and we are going to be keeping our eyes peeled on all of these teams and all of these players. Again, it takes a village to turn dreams into reality, and the PMAC is doing just that for all of these players and all of these athletes, for all of these regions. Playing path cuts from the west all the way to the eastern side, just from El Pozo down to Impala. A little bit of teams are going to enjoy this. San Martin is in the mix. Hacienda del Patron as well. Graveyard. Minas Generales is also in the mix. We've got Los Leones, very, very playable. Even Puerto Paricio is in the mix. Could be anybody's game here, but like you said, the high ground positions are always going to be very, very ideal in Miramar. You just got to hope and pray that the play zone and the zone guards do bless you and your team and give you a better position. But as it stands right now, Zeus Sports in the south already making that early decision to play in from the southern side. We're going to see who is going to hold this line of position. But Mitch, as you can see, the play zone circles quite nicely in Los Leones, and the MAU esports have been heavily blessed. It looks like they will be there for at least 3 zones, and that will give them enough time to gather as much intel. But for those teams in the western side, like Neon Rising and a couple of other teams like the Royal Academy and Invisible Team, this could be something very, very different.
Exactly. I mean, the teams are already in the safe zone, just like you've said. They will be the happiest for now. They will be playing in that zone for quite a while there before we can decide what next as the zone decides to move. But as you can see now, in Chumasera, we have a team that is 4 miracles and the winners of the almost the winners of the first game. There we can see Zeus Moris. They are still here. They want to take on an early fight. If they lose this might not be a good play for them, seeing that they had already gathered enough points in the first game there. They got there enough points in terms of placements. I hope they will be looking to do the same in this second game. But so far, Zeus Moris players seem to be waiting on the players from 4M. They're waiting patiently. You can see Fabian there is just using his skills here and there, making sure he can use every single angle in a compound, even hanging on the windows, just to be able to see where the players from 4M are and the rotations they'll be making. But if they're not careful, the split here might be causing them to lose at least 1 or 2 players if they're not careful. And there we go. Thaga has been spotted. Amazing reflex, and he does get some damage and does get the first knock in there. 4M player Crusher has been knocked by Thaga. That means they will be feeling a little bit more confident now, knowing that they can go in for that push. At least 3 players are remaining from 4M, and that will be enough for them to make the next call if they feel confident enough to do so.
Yeah, if they feel confident enough, we're about to see in the skill set. But that was a very, very beautiful push coming through from Zeus Sports then. But unfortunately, Crash Out will be crashing out for sure in the the comms with his teammates. That was just an unfortunate spray, and he got dropped immediately, no remorse. And that is exactly what shows you how difficult the skill level at this stage is. And 12 Esports already leading the charge here. Not Esports could be in trouble. Grandpa with a sideline over to the hillside. He has spotted a couple of players from 12 Esports, but they have absolutely overwhelmed this entire position. The pressure, the chaos, the violence non-stop. They're dropping bodies everywhere, and Grandpa, all he has is a shotgun to his name, but he will not be having his prayers answered. He is overwhelmed, and that will be the end of the road for him. His teammates nowhere to be found. Klaus dodges the White Oak once again and manages to escape by the skin of his teeth. 4M earlier on did lose crash out to that push from Zeus Sports, and again, it is an unfortunate turn of events for them because Fabian did look a lot like Spider-Man in that windowsill where he was perched up quite nicely, feeding all the intel to the rest of his teammates, and it did work out. So we'll see if they can capitalize on maybe spreading themselves around a little bit. But 4 Miracles will need a major miracle if they do want to eliminate Zeus Sports in a 3 versus 4.
Exactly. I mean, Zeus there, they had the disadvantage at first there when the player from 4M had done the rotation, and we were sure that Thugger there would have been knocked if he was not fast on his feet. They have been able to immediately take a turn on the 4M player and get a knock and an immediate task from his teammate. That was basically what would have happened, would not happen, sorry, if he was not ready to take on a fight and ready to listen and reflex when the time came. But so far, we have the players here from Royal Academy, another team that would have gotten a chicken dinner if they had not missed the solo that was just around them. They're making it impossible for them to understand what is happening around them. Now they have a second chance in the second game, so we'll be waiting to see how they perform. Zeus Moris player Faker does take on a spade there, has exposed his position, and of course the players from 4M know that this team did not leave us. They're just waiting for us on the high grounds for us to be able to make a mistake, and then maybe they will be able to take at least 1 or 2 of our players back to lobby. And immediately you can see the players from 4M have gone away from this fight. Best thing to do, it is too early in the game. The zone hasn't even started shifting, and we already seen 4M they're losing a couple of teammates. I believe we've seen a similar theme there in the first game in Erangel. What do you think is Slaughter Unit's mentality right now, Priest, that they know in the first game we got no points? So what is basically their strategy now?
Different map, so something they have to try something different. In the last game they did get landed on. I believe it was by 12 Esports inside of Lipovka. They caused them a lot there, so hopefully it will not be the case around this time. A lot of intel will be gathered after these couple of games, so it keeps things into perspective. But 4 Miracles in trouble yet again. They're taking hits, and they might be having one of their players getting swept back into the lobby again. Trace Guard follows the third body for 4 Miracles, and now it's going to be Sphinxy and Sheik, the last 2 left for them. Can't seem to find their way through, and I don't think they've spotted a Sphinxy as well. A lot of intel will be gathered on, but it looks like Zeus Esports have this one in the bag, unless somebody gets caught out in the open, because if Sphinxy catches anyone here, that person is going back into the lobby before they can even breathe. What? Oh my word, that was absolutely incredible that he wasn't spotted. And he did manage to get the knock, but he couldn't get the flash. He was absolutely overwhelmed, and that was the end of the road. I really thought he might have just done it, getting the knock and the flush just within the seconds, but it turns out that was not going to be the case. But there's a big chance that this could be anybody's case right now. Ecstasy now setting their sights against the guys from 12 Esports. Bego and Crusader working hand in hand. First drop over to the top side, does get the drop in. The grenade is launched over to that top again. They might go for the second one again. Tries the right hand side but doesn't connect. Saitama has to avoid the chaos. Pablo still knocked away. Can't seem to find the angles there. And 10-11 are applying on the pressure. They are holding the sight lines over to the southwestern side of water treatment. Grenades over the top again from Beko, but it's too shy. They can't seem to find the angles again. Amar has the corner position to hold down. Crusader gets another drop. Another bait over to the top side from Trader. And a beautiful grenade. Saitama goes down, and now is another portion to drop yet another one over to the top. He spotted side, and he goes down, finished. Might be getting finished here, and it's all left to Amar now, trying to close this down with the S12K. Can't seem to find the angles just yet, but the last player from 12 Esports, he hops straight into his buggy, and it is time for him to escape the danger. The smoke shield, the vision, but Amar is able. He can spray. He can bring this player down to his knees, continues with the Mini 14, but he can't seem to get the drop on his position. That is an unfortunate turn of events there, but it will not be the case.
Amazing tapping here from Ecstasy Amar. I mean, the Mini 14 was precise. He was able to get a couple of shots there on the player from 12 Esports, but unfortunately, there were not enough damages on him to be able to at least get knocked by the zone or even the last shot from that Mini 14. But then these happen sometimes, it's just not enough. And we can see XTC now trying to get closer towards the safe zone. The zone is about to close in again. That means teams need to be in the safest place they can be when it comes to the fights so far. We have another team that is Slaughter Unit. They're ready to take on a fight already. Their teammate Vexy is down. SU77, they're getting some damage on the player right in front of him. He's trying to go away from this fight. He is giving his teammate his back there, and we have a knock, and that means Rodriguez Esports will be taking the player from SU. That is 77 all the way back to lobby. One man remains standing. That is the Angry Man. I hope he has a plan for his team, seeing that he has already lost 3 of his teammates. This zone is moving. They do not have the numbers. SU already lost the first game there, and now they have already lost 3 of their teammates. One player remains standing, 1 elimination to their name. I believe it is time for Angry Man to focus on the points, but then he uses this to his advantage, and we have the first knock there again on the players from Rodriguez. He's trying to pick up a second knock here. Does get the damage enough for him to get a second knock. He might just be getting a wipe here from this distance. Beautiful sprays from Angry Man, but then he's just but one man. Angry should be focusing on what next. If he's not able to get the toss here, what should be my next strategy? I believe if he just makes that one small rotation above them, he would have been able to get something. But let's see if that's going to be the case or not for Angry Man.
Yeah, Angry Man should be angry indeed. All of his teammates have been slaughtered, and he should be looking for reparations and repercussions against the guys from Rodriguez Esports. Again, more pressure. Unfortunate weapon of choice, though. Can't get the drop. Oh, he does get the finish on Braxas. And in an unfortunate scenario for them, again, they do lose out. Rodriguez losing out yet again. They're down to 2. Again, weapon of choice, not necessarily the most ideal for Angry Man here. Slaughter Unit trying their absolute best to hold this down. Would have been ideal for him to use the Scar L, and that was the weapon used by Narcos to close that down. That will be the end of the road for Slaughter Unit, and they are slaughtered again. Back into the lobby they will go. Royal Academy now on the receiving end of something diabolical from Execute. And Execute might be executing something special here. He's trying to circle it back into that open space. They will get the drop. Zeba gets a knock on his position as well. Shakid over to the top hand side, keeps the rest of the team together. Royal Academy getting absolutely run over by Execute. Execute are having the game of their lives today, and 2 eliminations to the good. Shakid has been on the front foot. Mamba, Payne, and Zeba can only look on in the distance and assist, but it's looking very good for Execute right now.
True. Seeing that in the first game, Erangel there, we had the players from Royal Academy taking Team Execute back to lobby there in shelter. I believe this is just basically, like you've said, that they're having the time of their life here right now, knowing that at least, even if it's not all, they have been able to at least do some comeback on their previous game. And now they have at least 2 points to their name. They should be focusing on the zone. When we look at the zone there, we have seen that most of the teams are not even in the safe zone yet, and that should be their priority still, that we are moving closer to the toughest zone so far. Nades coming in from rushes. We can see a good nade there from Emperor. It does connect, and one of the players is down. The other players are quite low. We can see another nade getting hooked up by Kingston. Might just be a Kobe there from Emperors. It does get the damage, but then this time around, the second nade doesn't really get a knock, and now Kanye going in for that push. Kingston is quite low. Beautiful knock there on Obito. It does get at least 2 players down. That means only 1 man remains standing, and that would have been Rush Lake King. But for Rushers right now, they are not having the best time, just like the players of EXE. But for them, it is basically not their day in this second game of the day. That is Miramar. They have already been taken back to lobby by the players from Emperors. Amazing gameplays there. We can see Mao here is close here now, Priest, and we have Demonic. We said that now everyone will be looking at Demonic. You took out XTC by yourself. what more can you do now that we are here watching you all over again?
Yeah, he does have some pressure on his shoulders here to heal all of her, but looks like Invisible Team trying to breach against the guys from Zeus Moris, and doesn't look like it's going to be doesn't look like it's going to be possible. The Rumble's position is very, very compromised. You know, Logic already making a run for it. Again, he tries to circle back, but he has been spotted. Probably going to be run over by a couple of sprays there, and the plays are not too favorable over to the top side as well. Doesn't look like it's going to yield much, but they will hold down into the angles there, and a couple of more shots again to hold through. Logic takes a couple of hits as well. Invisible Team very capable of holding their position. Columbus, we saw him the MVP from match number 1. All he has to do now is keep the rest of the guys from Zeus at bay. Thugger looking for an angle over to that hillside position, tries the eastern side to keep the angles open for the rest of his teammates. A lot of intel being wasted here from Zeus, but unfortunately for them, the distance is too great. They will not be able to cover the bases, but they do have a sight line on that position from the Invisible Team, but they will slink behind cover.
Exactly, Zeus Moris player here, Thugger, another player from Zeus, quite good with the Mini 14, trying to get some damage there. We've seen how good he is with the reflex, so we'll be seeing how that will be progressing throughout the games. But then Mao Esports seems to be focusing on the players from Emperor. They want to go in for that push. They're looking to get at least a couple more knocks, and maybe they will be able to engage. But for now, Mao Esports player Lord is still lingering around. He's waiting for the players from Emperor to expose themselves, maybe try get their rotations right in front of him, and he might be getting at least 1 or 2 knocks on the players from Emperor. Be it will spray there, but just a little bit more patience would have been enough for him to be able to surprise the players from Emperor. But now the zone is closing in. Team Execute is also here. They want a taste of this party, but the thing is, once the zone starts moving, once you get to the 5th phase, Team Execute, Mao Esports, and Emperor will be on the losing side if they do not have enough utilities to engage in the fight outside the zone.
Yeah, absolutely right. A lot of utilities to fight outside the zone, it will be required, and it doesn't look like they will have all of that. And XCC trying to make their own rotation from the northern side. A couple of shots through from the Trader's position. More sprays again over to the top side. Columbus had to be very careful there. And almost getting knocked away by Trader. And 10-11 XCC did lose Bego earlier on in a little bit of a rotation squabble with Unique. Unique having a very, very good start, very slow start, but very effective. 2 eliminations to them as well. Execute also with 2 eliminations. Now they have crashed into the central position of Los Leones. As we saw earlier, I told you that MAU Esports would be inside of the zone for the most part, but now Aatrox has to play in from the south. A couple of shots sent through towards the guys from Emperors, but they will be closing out 1878, sending him back to the Dark Ages, and that will be the first player from MAU Esports sent back into the lobby. Over to the side again, big shot with the S12K. Cracks inside. Royal Academy holding in. Shakir has switched over to the DBS now. He's shotgun against shotgun. They're going aura for aura right now. Jump shot over to the top side. Doesn't connect. Tries in. Word to play in from that left-hand side position again. And Lyrad goes 2 for 2. Execute getting executed right now by Royal Academy. And they will be taking them back to school. Lyrad with the S12K. Bashing skulls in.
I mean, that was amazing. You talked about the split here. It actually worked for Team Execute. If they were all there, no one could say what would happen. It could be the Royal Academy player getting the wipe on the EXE, but then again, they were able to go at least 2 players ahead of the other one group getting to scout the place, and then the other doing at least some fight there. But then that was a little bit tricky for that team. I mean, they kind of exposed themselves there to lose at least 2 of their teammates in case anything happened, and it did happen. So Team Execute was at a losing point right now, being at a loss of 2 players, but that should not really give them any tension, seeing that they have 2 of their players remaining so far. But then again, 13 teams remaining. We are in the 4th phase, going into the 5th phase now. The tension is going to be even worse. If the players think they're having a hard time right now, wait till the zone decides to shift, and teams will be forced to go in towards the safe zone. I mean, they're lucky enough that there's no sandstorm, because that sandstorm in Miramar is usually the worst thing to encounter when you're trying to play. But for now, they are lucky. They can hold the high grounds. They can stay a little bit safe before they can engage in any fight yet. We have a couple of teams here finally engaged in a fight. Mao esports player Lord, they're getting a knock on the players from Emperor and immediately sending that player back to lobby, leaving Emperor down in terms of numbers. But that is not all. Mao esports is not leaving this place till they stop the players from Emperor. I don't think this will be easy to crack, Chris. Seeing that the zone is going to move, do you think Ma will be able to achieve their agenda? Because I believe their agenda right now is to focus on Emperor and making sure they don't make it to the station. But how possible is it for that to happen?
Well, we can see Emperor already making that advance, trying to reposition themselves into a useful position inside of that circle. They're taking hits. And we're going to run into the last player from 12 Esports and Zeus over to that southwestern side. Again, there could be a big opportunity here for more Esports to move inside the zone. You can see Demonic already taking that initiative, making the advance, but Kanye does not have all the power he needs, and no one man should have all that power, but it doesn't look like he will be making his way into that zone with that vehicle. He's probably going to get blown to smithereens before he gets into the next phase of the circle. It's a high risk maneuver, but he could pay off. He has been spotted, probably going to lose that one as well. It might be ideal for him to blow his vehicle up instead. Does have the DBS, sends a couple shots through over to the other side, and he is trying to feed the information out for the opposition, but for Miracles, with their last man, Sheik will still close that one out, and Emperors will be going back into the lobby, but immediately punished will be Sheik as well by Lord, and more esports will add another elimination into their books.
Exactly. More esports is having a little bit of a party right now because the number of eliminations they're gathering is looking a little bit good now, seeing that they initially did not have the numbers. But they'll be waiting to see how this works out now that the zone has shifted. They should also start moving. But then Team Unique here, winners of the first game. We can see Madman there trying to get some damage there with the mini 4. He's trying to get the damage. I thought he was the one with the mini 14 initially from his team. I've seen the players, they're quite familiar with the mini 14. Usually when I see the mini 14 players, you have to be careful. If someone is confident enough to play with that gun, they understand it quite well and they're sure they'll be able to get a couple of knocks or damage enough for you to get knocked by his teammate. But then so far, XTC, they're being exposed to Team Unique. You can see Traitor, they're trying to make it to the station, but then Madman there, the perfect spray with the M4 16 does get an amazing knock. Crusader now feeling the pressure. He is alone on that side. He cannot make any wrong mistake, otherwise he will be taken back to lobby because his teammate is not that close to be able to get a revive. Right now, all the teams, they have to be really careful. This is Miramar. It is quite wide. Most places are open, and if you do not have your teammate close to you, one knock is enough to say goodbye and maybe catch up with your team in the next game.
Yeah, unfortunate turn of events there for Ecstasy. Crusader goes out to the play zone, and all is left is Amar. 10-11 Ecstasy not having the best start to this campaign at all, but Unique, on the other hand, repositioning themselves quite nicely, holding the line there and feeding off the intel across the board. Getting more and more eliminations as the game continues to progress, and that could be something special. Neon Rising have been very low key since the beginning of this Miramar game, but we know exactly how they've chosen to play at this stage, and it has been very efficient. Can they keep it up though? 12 Esports do have a player to that northwestern side holding the hillside position, probably going to utilize that one going into phase 7 of the circle. Again, it could utilize every single position coming in from that western side. More Esports also have numbers advantage, but they do not have the play zone. This could be very interesting for them. Execute as well, playing as just two. Pain and Mamba trying to hold this down. Amar has been spotted. Grenade over the top side, almost getting dropped off, and that was very close, but that will be the end of the road for him. Logic will put them back into the lobby, and that will be the end of the campaign for today for Ecstasy 10-11.
Quite unfortunate turn of event there for XTC, but then there's always a next time. But so far, so good. We have a couple of teams still standing. Invisible player, that is Rupo, being spotted by Team Unique, has been eliminated again. That means for Team Unique, they are feeling good and confident about game 2. Even though the numbers are still high, they still have a chance of having it right. They have the zone. They can make a very small rotation and still be safe for now. Neon Rising, they are holding the same shack for quite some time because no one has been able to spot them. Mount Esports player getting naded here by the players from Team Executed. You can see low there trying to get another nade as well towards the players from EXE, but they have made their rotation and they're no longer engaging in this fight. Neon Rising trying to get some damage on Mount Esports player Lord, but then he is safe for now. Players from EXE still making their rotations. They want to stay as close as they can to Mount. In case of anything happening, they will be the ones to at least enjoy some free eliminations right in front of them. But then so far we have Neon Rising right in front of every single team because they have a compound. They are both, most of the teams are facing Neon Rising as of now, but they will not be able to take them out seeing that they have enough cover in the building. We have seen a very interesting play here, Priest coming from the winners of the first game, and they're still using the same strategy. Do you think it's the passive gameplay that is giving them the chicken dinner we've been seeing so far?
Well, I wouldn't call anything, about the playstyle passive. They just put themselves into positions where they can easily, secure eliminations. We saw that against the guys from Ecstasy. We saw that against the guys from Zeus Sports. The same exact thing. It happened, time and time again. Unique 10 eliminations to the good, and they are starting to run away with it here, putting themselves just a little couple of inches clear of the rest of the lobby here. We're down to just 6 teams, 14 players, all in the mix here. Neon Rising just holding this entire region for themselves, and this looks like the kind of game that they do win. Neon Rising, they do love to win in duels like this. I've seen them play exactly like this, hold out position inside of Miramar, and I've seen them turn things around. No eliminations just yet, but that chicken dinner is all they need, and it looks like that is the angle they are going for. GUF also onto that other northern side, trying to hold the hill, trying to get a hillside position at least and hold it down, but the play zone is not too favorable, trying to force them out, play a little bit towards the south, and Team Unique will hold on to this position for the most part. Remember, Los Leones is where I said that most teams should aim to be in, and Unique made the perfect rotation at the perfect time, and it looks like it is going to pay off. But now we are heading into the final third of that play zone, and all bets are off now. You cannot afford any mistakes. MAU Esports over to the other side. Neon Rising have a little bit of the zone. It is now the time to move. The play zone is going to be very unforgiving, forcing them out into the open. Unique running all the way over to that northern side. They do have it for themselves. Madman is just a little bit closer here, but they are not in the zone just yet. They need to find a way through, and it looks like they may have just found a little bit of a spot here to play through, and they might be exposed here to Unique. Exist the Madman working hand in hand. Couple more sprays again. Des again from 12 Esports. Jump shot over to the right hand side. Doesn't work. Spawns right through, but it will not be the case. Beekeeper will make him out some honey as he sends him back into the lobby. And that will be the end of the road for 12 Esports. We're down to 5 teams now, Mitch.
Exactly, 5 teams remaining. Mount Esports player Demonic is still around. He is waiting for the players from Unique to make a mistake. I mean, the rotation they made initially was just the best rotation they could have made. They were not sure if they had the safe zone, but they somehow got the safe zone on their side. Now we have the Mount Esports team taking on Team Unique. Their nades coming from different angles from both teams. Unique players this year tries to make the rotation happening, but then he has to be really careful. This is the last zone fight where most teams are spread out throughout the zone, and they're waiting for just one team to make a mistake, and they'll be getting the eliminations up, and your team might just be going back to lobby. But as you can see, Team Unique, they're cooking up some nades. We might just be getting copies there from that side, but then the nades are going in and they're getting some damage. For Mount Esports, they have to be really careful. Aatrox, they're trying to cook up the nades as well, but then not even a single nade is connecting from both teams. What is happening is that everyone is getting some sort of damage, but no one is able to get a knock. For now, Neon Rising player that is Cola is down, and you'll be seeing at least a push there because the players from GUF are ready to go in for that fight. They're getting the nades towards the players from New Rising. Baby almost got naded with that nade. It almost connected, but he was lucky enough for that nade to just explode right above him. Otherwise, he would have been taken back to lobby. But he's trying to get the nades happening here. I'm interested to see how Neon Rising will be taking on this fight. Seeing that we've been told that this is how they play Miramar, but then Team Unique will be stopping them on their tracks, getting one player player down, that is that guy, and now three of them remain standing. Now this is where everything changes. Neon Rising have to be careful. Team Unique has to be careful as well. But then GUF, they're getting pushed. Beautiful spray there, and Baby, unfortunately, will not be able to get a knock on the player from GUF. A nade is going towards them from the player from Road, and then it actually connects, and the player is back to lobby. One man standing from Rodriguez, giving the players quite a hard time now. And Neon Rising player Beekeeper going in for that push. Estolf Kainhan, DBS damage from Road, but then will it be a win or rather victory for the player from Rodriguez Esports, or will it be Neon Rising player Beekeeper being able to get the win? The smoke is out, and now he is exposed. He misses the shots there. Beekeeper, the reflex, and we have another knock for Rodriguez. I mean, that solo is usually the hardest person to go against if you're not aware of his position.
Well, Narcos is the name, and he showed us exactly why he calls himself Narcos, feeding the bullets to the guys from Neon Rising and GUF at the exact same time. Rodriguez Esports not going down without a fight. Cola going down again for Neon Rising. He's been taking hit after hit. His position compromised over to that southwestern side. Will hold on into the corner, and that guy will have to get him all the way back up. Fortunately for them, there's a lot of commotion. There's a lot of chaos going on here, and I might be spotting through over to that top side. Will be able to get the angle. Exist also been spotted there. Lord pops a Molotov just over the top. Aya finally spotted by Aatrox, goes down immediately as well with a big spray over to that western side, forcing the initiation and forcing the angles into open spaces again. The P90 finally comes out, and Aatrox going absolutely insane now for more esports, and they are cooking every single position. 4 teams alive, 8 players to the cut. Every single team here is taking damage. That guy with a big spray over to the top side, Madman, goes down immediately as well, and Demonic has to shut this down immediately, but Narcos is there to cruise through, steal another one away. This guy has been so chaotic. 4, 5, 6 eliminations for him, but he's no match for that guy. Surely gets the spray over to the top side, and Demonic will crash and burn. Third party through the central, close that position. Now we're down to 3. Exist has been trying to hold it down, and that will be the end of the road there. Demonic goes in, and more esports will claim the chicken dinner. Perfect execution and perfect position as well.
I mean, that was an amazing last zone fight. The strategies from all the teams, the reflexes, people being confident enough. I mean, look at Narcos from Rodriguez. He was just a one man standing, and he was able to stay confident enough to continue engaging against all the teams that were right next to him. We have Demonic there, still third party, getting at least a couple of knocks here and there, and that did finally work out for him and his team. And finally, the same player we've been talking about, the same player that we say this player is actually quite interesting with his gameplay, comes back and gives his team another chicken dinner. They didn't get the first one, but then even though we were waiting for something different to happen, I can say for a fact I'm excited, Priest. Whatever is happening now in group stages should be happening for a while. I hope so.
I hope so as well. That was an incredible performance from More Esports. We saw a little bit of a taste of what they could do. Demonic was putting in the work there, but they did the right thing. They put themselves into a very useful position, just inside of Los Leones. When they saw the zone, they capitalized on it and they held on to it for the most part of the entirety of the match, and it paid off exactly as they wanted it to. But that is just the beginning of the journey. Now, Group A has come to an end, though. 2 matches have been played, and now we will move over to a brand new map and a brand new group as well. But before we do that, we're running back how we felt about this particular game, and I'll tell you something. It is very interesting, because Unique also finding themselves in the top 3 even after getting a chicken dinner in match game number 1 in Erangel. It shows you that their strategy is tending to work in a lobby like this. It's shown time and time again that all you have to do is understand the lobby you're playing in and what vulnerabilities you can exploit, and it's shown now that Unique know exactly how to maneuver this lobby. A couple of eliminations to add, even though they did not get the chicken dinner. I believe that their performance has shown that we know exactly what we're doing, we know exactly what type of strategy to apply here. Don't worry, just watch out for us. So that could be something else to look out for, but there's still more to come. Now, after that first engagement that we saw, what do you think happened to Zeus Sports? Because they did also have Los Leones, but they just couldn't hold it into the final third.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like the positioning was just not there for them. They were quite exposed in the last zone fights there. They just did not have the best compounds to be in. And most of the teams were looking at them because initially they were safe. They were okay. They had these numbers, they had the position in the map, they were okay. But then now when the teams are closing in on even you said it in game one, you said that holding a compound is not as easy as it looks. You have to be able to stick to that compound. Any team can want that compound because everyone at the end of the day has a right to that compound. But for Zeus, there just was not it, and they unfortunately lost that fight and they were taken back to lobby. I hope they'll be able to come back in the next game, seeing that they already had good points from the previous game. But I believe these things happen at the end of the day. No one expects these changes to happen. But when you look at the MVP for this game, we have none other than the Knackers from Rodriguez Esports getting 6 eliminations and dealing a damage of 835, getting 4 knocks, surviving a total of 28 minutes and 9 seconds, healing at 680. I mean, this is something we expected. The last zone fight there, we saw how he took out the players from Neon Rising. So that is really something we had waited to see. The top players from game two, we have Knackers. They're getting 6 eliminations, dealing a damage of 835. Second, there we have Madman with 4 eliminations. Third, we have Rad with 4 eliminations. Fourth, we have Aatrox getting 3 eliminations. And then fifth, we have a unique player that is Aya getting 3 eliminations and dealing a good damage of 630 to this team. These players, we have seen how they have dominated in their teams and now finally have been topped the top players in the previous game, that is in Miramar. So we'll be waiting to see how they perform even as we continue to progress in the next games.
And let's take a look at the overall match summary for Airdrop's looted 4 grenade eliminations and 1 vehicle elimination. 323 meters from Narcos as well. I mean, Narcos was next level in this particular game. I feel that Miramar is just what he loves, and we are going to be seeing more and more of that. But the headshots do count out at 12, almost 60 eliminations, just one shy. And that shows you that a lot of bodies were getting dropped in here. We did have 64 players in total, so there were only 5 players that did not get eliminated by other players that fell to the wayside, to the blue zone. An example of one of them being 1011's Amar. But that shows you that things could go from bad to worse for some of these teams. There's a lot of reflecting that needs to be done, especially inside of Group A. Unique, and more esports, even Rodriguez, all of these guys, they've seen a couple of strategies that they have applied so far, and it has worked time and time again. So we're going to be seeing more of the same from them, in tomorrow's matches. But now, a couple of teams that I was expecting to turn up the heat, their Ecstasy being one of them. Unfortunately for them, rotations came a little bit too slow. They lost Bego a little bit too early on a different rotation, still to the same teams, and capitalizing, forcing themselves out to the open there, and it did hurt them in the process. But Neon Rising did step up to the plate, managing to get themselves twice inside of the final third, back-to-back games, and that put them into a very, very solid perspective. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of the same for them inside of that drop.
Exactly. Looking at the winner in a chicken dinner starts for Mao Esports. We have Aatrox there getting 3 eliminations, a damage of 647. Lord, they're getting 2 eliminations, a damage of 593. We have Demonic getting 3 and a damage of 249. And for Kelvin, I believe he was not there till the end of the game. As you can see, his eliminations are not there. But for the other players, they have been able to get a chance to carry the team. They have been able to carry their whole team all the way to a chicken dinner, even though they did not have the numbers. That is a beautiful, beautiful spread out statistic from that team. But when you look at the match ranking, we have Mao Esports getting 18 points in total for that game. That might just bridge another gap here. But then second place, we have Team Unique coming with 16 points. I don't think the gap will be that big against Team Unique at second place. Third, we have Rodriguez, 12 points. Fourth, we have Zeus with 9. 5, we have Neon Rising with 8. 6, we have 12 eSports with 7. 7, we have Rag with 5. 8, we have Team Execute getting 4 points. 9, we have GUF with 3 total points. 10, we have XTC tying with Emperor and Slaughter Unit at 2 points each. We have from position 13, 14, 15, we have 4M, Not, and Rush getting 1 point each. And at position 16, we have Invisibles having 0 points from that game.
Yeah, interesting turnout. Four Miracles finally securing a point in the game, not eSports and Les Rochers as well. Unfortunate scenes for the Invisibles, though they did have an amazing game number 1, but turns out it was not going to be the same case in Miramar, and this is where the maps start to play into factors. Everybody's gonna utilize the play zone, utilize the maps to the best of their abilities, and some teams just perform in other maps more than others. So I would love to see how Team Unique and MAU Esports do perform in Sanhok when they eventually get to play Sanhok. That would be a sight for sore eyes, but the prize is still going to be more of the same. The action doesn't stop here though. 2 games down, 3 more to go, and we do have Sanhok coming up next with a brand new set of teams from Group B, all itching and getting ready to turn up the heat. But this leaderboard tells you exactly what you need to see for match number 2. So you already know Miramar brought the heat, Miramar brought the sauce, and now we're going to have I believe we're going to have our first overall ranking leaderboard once the stats are confirmed, and you'll see exactly what it looks like, who's on top, who the top 14 teams are, because don't forget the top 14 teams will advance from this leaderboard straight into the Grand Finals, where they will be joined by another team from the PUBG Mobile AIM competition going on right now. So you also keep your eyes out for that one. Also, don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile on PUBG Mobile Africa across all social media platforms to stay up to date with the latest on all things PMAC. Don't forget, Infinix gives you the GT30 Pro, and I would love a GT30 Pro, Mitch. Wouldn't you love a GT30 Pro?
Exactly. We all love to see the Infinix GT30 Pro coming to us. They came from nowhere with the GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. Buy now, win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be their #1 fan and outplay the rest. Because me and Priest will be outplaying you guys with the GT30 Pro.
So let's take a look at the overall rankings. Unique in the driver's seat, 33 points to the good, 16 placement and 17 eliminations just after 2 games. That is a big statement that they are making right now. Mauritius in the front and center. Mo Esports also in there with 23 points. Neon Rising with 20. Zeus Esports with 20 as well. Royal Academy from Gabon in 5th place with 15. Execute in 6th place with 13. And the Invincibles with 13 as well, all the way down there in 7th position. And 12 Esports in 9th place with 12 points. Ecstasy in 10th place with 6 points, and the guys from Not Esports in 11th place with 5 points as well. GUFA in 12th place with 3, sharing 3 with 4 Miracles as well. Emperors in 14th place with 2, Slaughter Unit in 15th place with 2 as well, and Les Rochers in 16th place with 1 point. And that tells you Team Unique front and center, Mauritius in the driver's seat, and that is exactly what they came to do. But it came from nowhere. With the GT30 Pro, they rise, and so can you. Buy now and win a trip to the 2025 PMGC. Be their #1 fan, and I'll play the rest. PUBG Mobile Africa 2025, the PMAC is here. The top 1 qualifies to PMGC, and all of these teams and players are already starting to get absolutely ready to take things to the next level. Sanhok is up next, brand new group is up next, and we'll be right there with you every step of the way after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the party. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, and I'm here. I'm Priest, and I'm joined by my main man, PTK. PTK, welcome to the cut. How are you feeling? I know you saw the game, so how you feel? How you pumped? Are you excited?
Yo, I feel great. I feel awesome. The first two games were electric. But guys, let me tell you this. We are in the Group B. Expect some madness coming to the game. That is from the Mad Monkey themselves. We have the Eclipse eSports coming to bring the darkness. We have the Angries. We have the One Band Mercenary Union. These are the gems when it comes to the Kenyan Pubg eSports scene. We have Ruthless Esports. Another growing, another tantalizing, very exciting to watch team. That is a Ruthless Esports. We have Zeus from Mauritius, Republic of Congo represented by the GBK. And guys, we've played Erangel. We've played Miramar. Right now, match number 3, Group B. That is Sanhok, the land of the greens, the land of the campus, the land of the snakes. Priest! I can't wait to see this. This is my favorite map. Honestly, this is my favorite map because I get the gilly and I win the game. Or what do you do?
Oh, so that's all it takes. You just have to get the giddy and then you win the game. Okay, fair. I do love to see that. Incredible still. But Sanhok is where it's at. Match number 3. Brand new set of teams. I saw some interesting names in there, but you are going to witness the interesting names firsthand. It is the PMAC. The road to PMGC kicks off right now. GT30 Pro is my favorite phone right now. I just need Infinix to send one to me all the way out here, and I would love to get my hands on that device. But that aside, playing path from the southwest all the way to the northeast, cuts all the way through from Nakam down to Camp Bravo. PTK, where do you think is the best place to land in Sano? Because you know some teams love to go to boot camp, some love Paradise Resort, some love Painan. But where do you think you would land if you were playing the PMAC?
If I was playing this game, I know the type of players I'm playing against. I know that these guys have trained so much. I know they've got the skills. Hence, I would choose places that they would not go. And that is places like Lakawi, places like Kampong. Those are the 2 places that no one lands at. I don't know why. Most people concentrate at the Camp Alpha. They go to the boot camp. But in competitive games, boot camp is avoided so much. I don't know why, Priest. I just don't know how that happens. Why avoid boot camp? You can get the easy kills. You can get the head start. Insane. But guys, the game is kicking off and we are already on the ground. Oh my goodness, the first knock and the DBK are from the Republic of Congo eliminated, and we have 3 players from the DBK. They need to do something. That is awesome, intelligent, because they don't got the number. Second player is down, and the last remaining player from the DBK, that is the DBK Regera, the only person remaining. If this guy clutches, his team will be shouting. If this guy wins this, if this guy even survives, I will make a hand clap. But he's got a lot going on in his head. He's got a lot that is going on. Might be traumatizing or might be motivating. He just has to choose what counts, please. He just have to choose the right idea, the right tactics, and the right skills to implement in this game.
He absolutely does have to take the right tactic to implement, because a couple of players have been eliminated relatively very early right now. One band being one of those teams trying to hold this down. Titan did get knocked away earlier on, but he has not been sent back into the lobby just yet. And there is an opportunity for them to reiterate this and fall back on the vengeance, though. Franco plays a little bit behind there. Execute has been dropped away there by Redline, and they are looking very comfortable from this position, and somehow Ocean drops down in the middle of the ocean, being of sea and grass there, gets knocked away there. Angry also in the mix. They will trade off. Velpa gets the knock on GOAT. And that's going to be an unfortunate scenario for him. He trades one off. Godlike also with the M16 will close that gap that they've got for themselves so far. One band looking very comfortable here. Titan has taken some damage. Franco as well. They did lose the GOAT. But unfortunately for them, they still manage to keep their numbers up. Franco gets his HP back up, falls back to the compound, and they should be able to defend from that position, PTK.
Yo, you talked about the numbers, and I get to understand this. When it comes to the teams, when it comes to the players, numbers matter a lot because the final zone, that is where the action happened. But guys, the 3 crowns are the crown. They are making the push and they get that thus 4 eliminations and they win that fight. Full team remains and a full team eliminated. You would never joke with the 3 crowns. The 3 crowns are there because of royalty. The 3 crowns are there because of the skills. The 3 crowns are there because these guys deserve that kingdom. And when it comes to Sanhok, you need to understand Sanhok is a bit different from Erangel, from Miramar, because this is a 6x6 map. Erangel and Miramar 8x8 map, and that kind of margin, I think, plays a lot when it comes to the early fights, when it comes to the last circle zones. And when it comes to the outfit, you need to be very, very vigilant on which outfit, what outfit you are choosing. Because if you choose a very, very flashy outfit, we see you coming from miles away. But I don't know if outfits play a role when it comes to this game. Do they, Priest? I don't know if the outfits like matter a lot when it comes to Sanhok.
I personally think that, a lot of players love to wear very flashy outfits just so you can know it's them. So you would probably be like scared or worried. Oh, this guy and his team. I know this outfit. I know this outfit is this guy. It's this guy. And some people that could be motivating to them that, oh, it's this guy. Yeah, I need to eliminate this guy so I can wear his outfit. He probably has, one of those one-of-one outfits or one of those very, very rare mythic outfits, and that works in his favor as well to scare his opposition or something like that. But I think outfits do matter inside of Sanhok, especially if you do try to blend with the environment. It works in your favor. You could use that as the element of surprise. But Angry Smoke in the mix here. 629 did manage one elimination earlier on in that 3-way third party between EC and one band. Did work out in their favor. They snatched one away. They are in a split though. Switch you also looking for a way through. Godlike on the hillside position for EC, again trying to keep all that intel on drop, and 629 does get the angle on him, and a couple more sprays over to that top hillside position. Again, big drop again. Godlike falls all the way back. Will leave Velpark in the open. Unfortunately, nothing will be done to save his teammate. He will only save himself, and that will be the end of the road for him. The rest of the team here from Mad Monkeys from Nigeria also doing the absolute best to circle back and keep all eyes on the prize for themselves. But PTK, you see the teams, you see the strategies here. Do you think it was right for Godlike to leave his teammate there?
Yeah, I do see the team tactics. I do see what these guys are trying to play. Because if you look at the MUs, that is the Mercenary Union, these guys have the top fraggers in the game. That is Blade, a player to watch out and look out for, because he is OP, having won a lot of PUBG tournaments that is in Kenya. We are on the lookout for him. Blade, what are you going to be delivering today? What kind of tactics are you guys using? Currently, they have 0 eliminations, but still at a full team. We've seen a lot of good tactics. Get the vehicle, get to the high places, because I believe Sanhok is a highland place. Get to the highlands first and you dominate the game. If you don't get the mountains, you will be butchered. Trust me on that. I've seen a lot of times teams not choosing to take the highlands and they suffer a lot. So you need to get that positioning. You need to get the highland areas. And as you look at the map, guys, Camp Bravo, Lakawi, that is one of the most isolated places. Most of the teams at the center of the zone. Now we have a fight. The 3 crowns, they dominated the first team, but right now they are getting pushed and pushed out. It is a matter of time. Will the 3 crowns be able to survive the rather 3 crown Nexus again trying to fight for his Our team are trying to fight for himself. They are trying to throw the smokes. They are getting mollied. They are getting naded. But are they going to win this? And there is a knock from the Ravi, and they are making the push. The Crown eSports, they get the knock. They get the push, and they are going all in. Quilla. Trying to get the elimination is quite a game. It is quite a sensation. Quite some fight. These are the boys trying to get the big boys. Will they be able to bully? And will they be able to dominate? These are the insane fights that we have been waiting for. Africa, we rise, and Africa, we are shining. This is our time. This is our moment. Priest, what is happening in this game? What is happening in the PMAC 2025?
Well, you can see Navy SEALs also trying to push the needle towards Three Crown Esports. Unfortunately, it didn't work out the way they expected. Three Crown Esports held it very, very strongly. Quilla with that off-angle position, you saw how he was very calm under pressure, and now they will be able to turn the tide around, force Navy SEALs into a box score position. Probably going to overload them with grenades, but let's not forget RRG is in the mix as well, and they have the entire area surrounded, and it makes them feel like this might be an FBI hostage situation, trying to force them out into the open there. Desire trying to spray through, but can't seem to find the angles through. Again, top draw from that angle position that they've got so far. The UMP cracks through, and a couple of sprays immediately he pops out. He will be getting dropped out, and that will be a warning shot from Three Crown Esports. It's going to be hard to break that deadlock. It's going to be hard to break that position. Grenades sent through the door, trying to force Desire out into the open, but unfortunately will not yield much of anything, but it is enough to draw them and force them to go all the way back. PTK,
I was awaiting a lot of eliminations in the fight between the Navy and the Three Crowns. I don't know what happened. I expected something awesome. I was expecting the Three Crowns to go for the push. I was expecting the Navies to go for the push. But unfortunately, these two teams, they made that distance between them. They made that camping, because don't push at every situation. Look at the number of people remaining. Try to use your IGL. Try to use the team tactics. Try to get a clear and a visionary way to get to know how many teams are remaining. If it is 49 players remaining, how many teams are those? Don't take on the early fights. Hold your position. Try to get the kills, trying to get the elimination in the last bout. It is insane, but we are seeing at the MU's Mercenary Union, they are on it. They are going for the push. These are the men of the hour. Mercenary Glizzy got it knocked, and they got the elimination. 6-9 eliminated, and the Mercenary Union at the moment getting that elimination. 4 eliminations. They are moving in. That is 2 for the Mercenary. 3 crowns with the 4. We have the ACs with the 2 eliminations. And we have an all-out fight. We have an all-out war. Raging in, moving in, closing in. It is a matter of time. The zone is closing. Who will win this, Priest? Who will win the fight?
Could be anybody's game at this stage. Could be anybody's game. The play zone is closing out. We are in stage 3. I'm about to head into stage 4 in just a couple of seconds there. Angry Smoke did lose out. MLK did get knocked away there, possibly by the Mad Monkeys. Shad and Yomite working hand in hand to secure that western side. All the intel is in the open here. If they can defend, this could be something special for them, because they do have a little bit of the play zone to work with. But MLK doesn't look like he will be getting swept back into the lobby. Mad Monkeys will be playing as 2. Titan gets a drop over one of the guys from RE. Reborn will be falling all the way back. Again, they will think twice, and they will reposition, getting themselves back into the zone and potentially running into I believe another team up onto that top side. 21st Century Temper now setting thrash side again. Shad has to circle back, switches immediately to the DBS, grenade in hand over to the top there. If they launch it perfectly, it will be good night for him, and that will be the end of the road for the Mad Monkeys. 21st Century will put them back into the lobby. One band on the other side, inside of Tap Mark, playing it a little bit closer here against RE, and they will try to hold out this position. Bourne did take a hit earlier on. He will succumb to his injuries, and he will go back into the lobby as well. PTK, what do you think about these teams that don't like to go into the zone early? You can see these guys just outside the zone. Do you think this is a useful strategy, always being outside the zone this late in the game?
Okay, the teams are staying in the blue. They are playing with the zone. They are moving with the zone. I believe this is a good tactic, but when it comes to these competitive gameplays, might be at a disadvantage. They might be having that big disadvantage because teams will be waiting. As long as I know teams are in the blue, I will hold my position, wait for them to come to the zone because they will have to push one way or another. They will have to push. This team end up using a lot of medkits, use a lot of can I call them the drinks? They use a lot of painkillers, and that is not it. That is not it. Get to the play zone with all your loot because otherwise you'll not get to win any game. It will be a hard game for you. If you survive, that is on you and your team. But if you are eliminated, that will not be a surprise. But these tactics might work or might not work. A 50-50 chance, but I think that would be a 70 or a 30-70. 30-70 chance of winning a game while playing with the blue zone because you will push the buildings, but the buildings will have been occupied by other teams that made it to the zone first. So you need to be very strategic. You need to be very skillful in choosing whether to play with the play zone or whether to stay in the zone. 21st century, in the first century, and these guys are still with the 2 eliminations by our full team. They are getting pushed and pushed out by the Angries. The Angries are making the push, a 4-man army, but the 21st century still hold their position. Oh, I think we have another team eliminated. 13 teams remaining. 40 people in the room. 13 teams. Only 3 teams eliminated? How is this even happening, Priest? Only 3 teams. Only 3 teams. How? I was expecting like almost 10 teams eliminated, and we have the final 6 teams. Because the map right now, very, very small indeed, Priest. Very, very small.
The map is absolutely very small, and not a lot of bodies can contain in this map. We've got 13 teams and 40 players in a phase 4 circle. It is going to get absolutely chaotic in the next 90 seconds, so everybody has to hightail it and get themselves into a better position. It looks like MLK will get the first drop on Titan. One band in trouble over to that southwestern side again, playing off that open position. Red line, the next victim, he's going to get knocked away by 629, and now we'll bow over to the top side as well. MLK with another spray over to the top side. Boo goes down as well. Pyrobot trying to get his teammate back up to full strength, but it's looking very, very unfortunate for him. Grenade sent over to the top side as well to keep the pressure on. The Molotov to follow suit, but here comes another grenade from Light, but he's going to be knocked away by MLK again. Switches over to the UMP. Big grenade over to that western side, forcing the issue. Aimbot trying to circle back inside again. Has a good grenade over to the right hand side. Can he get the angles? Doesn't look possible. Light still knocked away. Plays a little bit from the south. Light crawling back to his teammates, but will they be able to answer him? Will they be able to pick him up? Doesn't look possible. MLK goes for the flush, and that's another one going to Angry Smoke. They add yet another couple of eliminations. They're up to 5 now. They're trying to breach. 21st century are falling back one by one, and they are not feeling the confidence. Angry Smoke continue to press them forward, and you can see it now. They do have the DBS in hand, and everything is starting to go and look in their favor. Spray out into the open, and Franco crawled right in from the window and slapped him with a DBS, crushed his skull, and moved on like nothing happened, PTK.
Yo, how does that even happen? Like, he already started spraying the player, but how did that
Exactly.
even happen? Like, how? This is very crazy, because how competitive are these players? You saw me first, but I eliminate you first. How is this even happening? But that is a GG's. Respect to the man that did that. Respect to that man. That is what we call skill. That is what we call composure. Because as for me, if you start spraying me, I was trying to enter the window, I would run away. I would try exiting the house once more. I would not even take on the fight. I would just try to abandon the fight and make myself safe again. But that was crazy. Shooting the DBS, and that was an insane DBS shot. 1 shot, 1 elimination. Never joke with the shotguns. But guys, the fights are in right now. This is the one band, and one band dives into a tune that they never expected. That is a Rushiano from the Rescue Esports, and the Rescues with the third party. They are coming in hot, and they are coming in for the fight. 3C honor the criticals. They are making the push, and this team is still unstoppable. These guys are making the room look like a fun room. How the hell is this happening? The 3 crowns with 10 eliminations. No, 11. These guys are bringing the fight now. This is the kind of exciting stuff that I've been waiting for. This is it. Chaos, catastrophe, bring it all, say it all. These are the moments. This is Africa, and this is absolutely insane, Priest. This is insane. Woo! Whoa.
Absolutely incredible stuff from 3 Crown eSports, putting in the work. 10 eliminations, and they have found themselves somehow inside of that southeastern side of the zone, and they will be holding it on into the later stages. Temper did catch them out guard, but MLK will see to their demise, send them back as well. And angry Smoke are so angry right now. 7 eliminations, 2 to go. One band did manage something special as well, but they did get eliminated, 2 to follow suit. And now Rescue Esports also trying to keep something out for themselves. As Vizian also was able to get 1 elimination. He has been knocked away though. Doesn't look like he will be getting picked up by 1000 aura, but it's not the worst thing in the world as well. Trying to play in to the zone. 21st century also looking for a way through. Couple of positional awareness issues that they might be facing here. They do have a sight line onto the guys from RRG over to that northern side. They do not have the play zone though. They will have to advance sooner rather than later, just a couple of inches inside. And Angry Smoke have been spotted here by 21st century, probably going to be held at gunpoint once they cross over to that hillside, and they will probably try to force them out into the open. But MLK has been putting in the work, he has been putting in the minutes, and this is something we are all keeping our eyes peeled for. If 21st century can turn this around, PTK, they may just be able to snatch that chicken dinner.
But are they going to turn it around? That is the question at the moment. 21st century, but what game are you playing? Is it in the 80s? Or is it in the century that we are on right now? 21st, Pro Bot are still at the 0 elimination. They are making the push, trying to fight against the Rescue Esports. Angry. These guys are angry. These people are angry. These players going all in. 21st century. This is the last remaining player. Pro Bot eliminated, and that is how we do it. He was eliminated by the Rescue Esports and the Rescues. Also, I don't think they survived. I think the fight was so intense that parties were there. The Rescue are also out. They got the eliminations, but they were already eliminated even before the elimination. Even before the enemy dropped down. Angry is eliminated. We have 3 teams remaining. That is the 3 C's currently at 13 eliminations. The RRG, Rage, Astronova, they are getting that win, whether you like it or not. But the question is, will they use the numbers to their advantage? They have 6 eliminations, 4 players, and 7 eliminations right now. I think the game is on. 3 C's versus the RRG. This is insane. This is the stuff for Stellar Champions. This is what we came for. This is what Africa came for. The crowd is going wild, and this is crazy, honestly. 3 C's, if they are able to get this win, this will be a bye-bye. These guys will be cruising to the number 1 very instantaneously. This is crazy. This is awesome. Priest, who will get this? It's a 3v4. Who will get this?
Numbers advantage for RRQ here, and Rage Astronova could utilize this. Quilla is prone on the ground though, and Merrick is trying to hold that corner as well. Nexus does have that grenade. He might let it fly, and he might be able to equal things over to the other side as well. As Lazy trying to circle back. Melio is inside the buggy trying to gather as much intel as possible there, but Alabala also looking for way through here. Hasn't given away his position just yet. The play zone is not favorable. 3 Crown Esports are taking hits, and the play zone is not favorable regardless. One by one, they started to fall, and they will decide to tank the zone. And Astronova will take the chicken dinner, and 3 Crown Esports, unfortunately, will succumb to the play zone. And that is our first chicken dinner in the Sanhok map. And Rage Astronova will be the team to snatch it away, PTK.
That was awesome. That was incredible. And hey, the stuff that the 3Cs have been doing, the awesome stuff from the 3Cs, and their time was cut short by the Astronova. That was a GG's with the 3 Crowns. They were able to gather 13 eliminations, or 14 if I'm not wrong, but that was crazy. That was OP. That was insane. 3 Crowns going in, but they win, going to Astronova. GG's, GG's, GG's. That is why we are watching. That is why we are watching. Crazy stuff, competitive gameplay. Don't expect any team to be fumbling at the moment. People are locking in, so you also need to lock in. For all the teams that are playing, this is a very, very big competition. These will be setting the milestones, so make sure that number 1 spot, you want to see people at the PMGC. We want to see Africa reigning supreme. Crazy stuff for that game. We saw insane clutches. We saw solo clutches. We saw team clutches. And we are not done yet. Please, that was just but a first game for the Group B. What do you think? What was that?
I mean, it was absolutely overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. You know, even 3 Crown Esports, they didn't win the game, but they did have a chunk load of eliminations. You know, Rage Astronova did want the chicken dinner, and they got it instead. But let's not forget, Angry Smoke had MLK and 629 putting in work for them as well. He's probably MVP. Imagine a scenario where that is the MVP and his team was not even in the top 3. That shows you the competitive level of the PMAC 2025. And that is what we love to see. But the action, like PTK just said, is just kicking off. Group B, their first game, you know, and they've already started showing absolute incredible performances, but there's more to come. And like I said, MLK MVP, he put in a lot of work. 4 eliminations, yes, but he dealt basically 1,000 damage points, got 5 knocks and 1 assist, survived 18 minutes on the clock. That is to tell you that this is going to be one of those players you're going to keep your eyes peeled to the screen to look out for. Angry Smoke looking very, very comfortable and sailing through the game undisturbed. But take a look at the top players, PTK. What does this tell you?
This tell me, I think Group B might be the group of death, because how do we have the top player having 4 eliminations? I've seen the previous games, we have players getting 7, players getting 6, but 4 eliminations? How crazy is this? And guys, look at the competition that is here. MLK with the 4 eliminations, Merrick with the 4 eliminations, Angry with the 4 eliminations. How insane is this? Owner with the 4 eliminations. These are 3 different teams, 4 different players, 3 different teams, 4 different players, 4 eliminations each. So 4 might be the number. Are we going to cap the most eliminations at 4 in the next game? Or is someone coming to bring us the action? This is the match summary. 50 eliminations for this game. Crazy, 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 crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. I think the play zone took out some players. We have 10 headshots in this game. Longest distance elimination, 329 meters by the Angry MLK. You need to understand when it comes to the distance, most people cannot even spray 100 meters. How on earth was this guy able to spray 329 meters? As for me, when I tried to take the M416, I tried to spray, oh my goodness, the birds in Erangel, they get it. We have 3 airdrops looted, and that was just it. That was crazy for the first game. We saw some intense clutches. We have Regea, but they DP from Congo, I think there was some issue. Maybe they chose a wrong hot drop. Maybe they had some issue with the IGL. I don't know what happened, because they were eliminated very early in the game. The 3Cs have been doing something awesome. The MUs tried to glaze in, try to make something awesome. We had all these fights happening. That was the first game. That was crazy. That was it. That was the shot. That was the shot that I was looking for. That was the exact shot that I was looking for, where Golek was eliminated. He saw the player first, but was eliminated. The 3 crowns in this fight, in this clip, they were doing it. They were getting sprays. 2 knocks from 1 man. They were making it happen. GG to the 3Cs, but they were eliminated in the last zone. And the Priest, as we look at the team stats, what do you think of the team stats?
I mean, it tells you all you need to know. RRG, Astronova putting in that work. 3 eliminations for Pubg, but again, it doesn't tell you how calculating this team was. This was a calculating team. And we saw that in Group A as well. First game, second game, calculating teams. It was teams that were just calculating. They literally got the exact same amount of eliminations that Unique got in Group A for match number 1. They got 7 eliminations and the chicken dinner, and they did the exact same thing here. But 3 Crown Esports just tower above with 13 eliminations, and that puts them above RRG, who did get the chicken dinner with a 2-point difference, and that is where those eliminations play a major role. 19 points to the good. 3 Crown Esports starting very, very strong. RRG in second place with 17, Angry in third place with 12, Zeus in fourth place with 7, all fourth to sixth share 7 points apiece. Rescue Esports and One Band also in the mix. Their 21st Century, with all their good intentions, 5 points is all they were able to manage out of this. But Temper from South Africa was also in there, the top 8, 4 points to the good, and a couple of eliminations as well to follow suit. But it's not the end of the road just yet. They came from nowhere with the GT30 Pro, and they rise, and so can you. But buy now and win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be their number 1 fan and outplay the rest. The Pubg Mobile Africa Cup is here, brought to you by Infinix. And Pubg Mobile, beautiful tournament so far. We have had clutches, we have had insane plays, we've had someone climb through the window, get shot a couple of times, and still slap the opposition with the DBS. So that tells you that, yeah, the action is just kicking off, and we are going to see more and more of the same. But now we are going to head back into Erangel right after the break to bring you more PMAC action. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, the PMAC 2025, brought to you by Infinix and Pubg Mobile. And what a journey it has been. We have had 3 games completed, 3 maps, 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. We just had our first Sanhok of the day, and now we are heading back into Erangel. And it's your boy Priest here, and I'm with PTK, and we have been having the time of our lives. We saw something very, very exciting happen in the last game. Are we going to see something happen, something else even more exciting happen in this game? Remember, it is Group B. They are playing their second game and last game of the day today as well. So eyes will be on them. 3 Crown Esports, we saw their performance. We saw Astronova also coming into the mix. Do you think these same teams are going to dominate in this new map? This is the first time they're playing this map as well today. So do you expect them to do more of the same, or do you think another team is going to step up to the plate?
I think we will have like some new champions in this Erangel map, because most of the times when you look at how these teams play, the team that dominates maybe the first game, in the second game we have like they trail. I don't know why this has been happening. I've watched a couple of tournaments and this has been the case, but are we going to see that here? The 3Cs dominated. Will the 3Cs be able to dominate when it comes to Erangel? Remember, tactics change when it comes to change in the maps. Erangel is crazy, Sanhok was crazier, but right now let's see how this Erangel game will be. These are the teams playing the Team B. We have the RRQ, the IBs, the Marcin Reunion, we have the RRGs, the winners, we have the Tempers, Angries, 3Cs with quite some game in the first Sanhok game. We have the MM, Ruthless Esports, Rescue Esports, 21st Century, ECs, LZ, that is Zeus, DBK, we have the Navy, and we have the Cyphers. These guys, I believe this is the most balanced. This is the most balanced team. This is the most balanced group. Like when you look at the Team A, we were seeing teams that were getting dominated easily. But when you look at the Group B, this is crazy and crazier as it looks. 3Cs, are you going to win this? That is the question at the moment. Are they going to dominate as they dominated in the previous game? That is the question. RRG, are you guys going to win this? Those are the questions, and we are expecting to see them answers in a few, Priest. In a few.
Well, PTK has asked you the question. Do you have the answer? He asked you, are you going to do it again, 3 Crown Esports, or will RRG do you one better? Well, Angry Smoke as well, also a couple of teams, 21st Century, one band. All of these teams did show the potential for something special. Erangel is going to bring out your best, and we're about to see who will come out on top in match number 4, the first Erangel 4 Group B. So everybody's eyes will be on the prize. The play zone is going to be a big determining factor, even the playing path as well. The plane is in the air, the flight coming through from that western side. I learned this one a little bit myself, and the rotation coming in. This plane path is going to be a big decider on how these teams navigate. As you can see, cuts right through from Saverni all the way down to the military base. Who is going to love this? Who is going to enjoy this more? Well, it's anyone's game at this stage, and we are about to see for ourselves who wants it more, PTK.
And the plane path are moving from the northern side of the map to the southern part, that is the Sovnovka military base. But Sovnovka used to be a hot drop when it comes to these games, but the Sovnovka military base has been abandoned for some time. So teams need to use that advantage, because military base will not be a hot drop. But the most absurd thing is, maybe all the teams, maybe like 3 teams might think to go to the Sosnoka military base, which will be a crazy stuff. But no team went there, so most of the teams concentrating at areas outside the hot drop. That is the school apartments. We have teams going to Pochinki. We have teams going to the Georgia Pool Hospital area. We have I think that is the shooting range. Yeah, we have a lot of teams trying to get to some peculiar places. No team at Ferry Fire at the moment, but I think Ferry Fire will be one of the places where it will be safe to play in this game. As you look at the circle, that is where the map, that is the central of the map. The map goes outside the water, so teams need to be strategic. But we have a knock by a vehicle, and this is crazy. This is crazy. The game has just begun. Someone has gotten knocked by a vehicle. and Pochinki being the area at the moment. 3Cs, 3Cs. Let us see what you guys got. Angry is also a Pochinki. We have a lot of teams. Oh my goodness, RRQ eliminated. That is Foden eliminated by the DBQ, and the DBQ, these guys, the DBK from the Republic of Congo, they were the ones that were eliminated in the first game. But right now, these guys are going, and they have already gotten elimination to themselves. As we continue the action, Priest, what do you think might be the hot drop when it comes to this game? Because we've seen the school apartments is not the hot drop. So what is the change of the hot drops? Where are the hot drops at the moment?
Well, looks like it's going to be Pachinki because we've got 3 teams in here as well. I think it's Astronova, 3 Crown Esports, and the guys from Angry Smoke all together inside of Pachinki trying to wrest it from each other. Now is an opportunity for the Mad Monkeys to circle back again. To spray into the corner as well. Hulk gets the drop. Mercenary Union crashing the party. Shad trying to hold it in again with the S12K. Tries again, gets the drop, but unfortunately they will not be able to wrest control of the southwestern side of Georgia Pool, as it will go to Mercenary Union. Mad Monkeys collapse under pressure, and that will be the end of the road for them today. No points secured in this game, and hopefully they will live to fight tomorrow, where they will try again. But for our Mercenary Union, the pride of Kenya, standing on business, 10 toes down. And Glixie's probably loving this. 2 eliminations to the good. Prison with 1, and Ali QZ with 1 as well. Wiping Mad Monkeys off the face of Erangel. That is a beautiful way to start. We've already lost 1 team. And let's see if we will be able to find a chicken dinner from this position. It's going to be a hard rotation for Mercenary Union to make, though. They're a little bit too far out from the play zone, and it is going to cost them a lot. The players are already on the move, and MLK from Rescue Esports already taking the initiative here for that open position. MLK was looking for the off angle, but he will be hurt in the process, and the rest of the Rescue Esports, they will not be going to rescue MLK. They will be going to send him back into the lobby to close this down. But now the problem, and this is the problem we always talk about, PTK, you know the strategy here, Angry, they were looking for an open position to get an angle inside of Pachinki, but this guy was alone, and, he got spotted by one of the guys from Rescue Esports, and he got, knocked away, and that is the danger. When you have one of your players far from the team, and he gets discovered by a full squad, and he gets knocked away, it's going to be very hard for you to go and rescue him, or, to revive him, and that's just the danger. But do you think that strategy usually works? Do you think that that's a possibility, for teams to keep playing that way? Do you think that over time something is going to be different?
Yes, I think change of strategies might make the results even change. They might bring a total difference when it comes to the gameplay, when it comes to the getting of the eliminations, when it comes to the placement. That is what matters most at the moment. This has been crazy, and we are looking at carnage itself. The 3 Crowns have been pushing so much. They have been fighting so much against the angry aspect, trying to get that positioning, trying to get the 3Cs. Nigeria has been watching, and Nigeria very proud of themselves. We have the rescue from Kenya. A lot of action, a lot of skills, a lot of zest. It is about to go down, but it is not just yet. This is Erangel, an 8x8 map. So you need to be patient. When it comes to the gameplays, you need to be patient. You need to be strategic, or else you will be eliminated as we continue. We saw that in the first game. We saw that in the first match for the Group A, the second match for the Group A. If you don't change the tactics, if you don't adapt to how the lobby is, you will suffer, and suffer bad. So teams need to take the initiative. They need to switch tactics as soon as they come. The 3Cs hold their position with their loot, no needs. The 3Cs don't even have good loot at the moment, so they need to try and start looting. We have the 3Cs. I see the S12K. I see the that is the AKM. A lot of good weapons, close range weapons. But where are the kills? The eliminations are not yet there, and we are waiting to see them. 14 teams remain, 52 players remain. Who will dominate? Who will make that happen? We have the rebound from the Ruthless Esports. These guys have been crazy. Yesterday, I saw the RE Vaccine. Vaccine got 22 eliminations. I think that was in the PTK fan rooms. This guy got 22 eliminations, but is that going to reflect today? Are they going to have that today? I see the vaccine is AFK at the moment, or maybe eliminated. I'm not that sure. We have the Ruthless trying to get they're trying to get the farm area, but right now it's all about positioning. Don't get the eliminations fast. All about positioning. Get the houses, get the apartments, stay and hold. Wait for the zone to do the rest. Priest, as crazy as it sounds, I think we're going to have a new winner in this game.
Ooh, well, that is your prediction. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you hear that one. Drop your predictions in the chat. Who do you think is taking this game? And don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile Africa across all social media platforms to stay up to date to all the latest updates concerning PUBG Mobile and PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025. Follow your favorite teams. Don't forget to check inside the game and vote your favorite teams as well as the tournament progresses. Match number 4, and PTK has said that in this match we're going to have a brand new winner. So our age, Double RG will not be the chicken dinner winners. So you guys that are Double RG fans, PTK has said you guys are not going to win the chicken dinner. So if you guys don't win, it's PTK's fault. You heard it here first. So Temper, on the other hand,
Crazy.
From South Africa, also looking very comfortable in that south side position. They do love to play around the circle in the open spaces. Their Luz from DBK has been knocked away. Their 21st century picking up where they left off, playing a little bit closer together. They're not playing as a split like they did in Sanhok, and that shows that they have picked up a couple of things from that previous game. They learn and they adapt, but whoever adapts best is going to have the last laugh. Temper looking very comfortable here. Zeke, Six Guard, Captain, and Screws, all of them looking easily malleable to the play zone here, and they do have some oppositions making some rotations through that general position they are playing in from the eastern side. Probably going to keep them at bay though, if they will find their way through, but there's still some ground to be covered. The left side and the northern side all up for grabs. Whoever gets there first is going to enjoy this. Remember, some teams are still in Pachinki, finding their way around. 3 Crown Esports and Angry Smoke have been there for the most part, but the rotations are starting to come in, and now would be the time for the zone to make its move. It is already closing out. You can see a couple of teams like Mercenary Reunion still deep in the blue zone from that northern side. RRQ also making a play for it, and one band now setting their sights in. First shot with the S12K, and he runs over with a goat. Big spray over to the side. Born goes down immediately. Rescue Esports will not be getting rescued this time around. They will just have one man down. Angry Smoke still in the vicinity, trying to close this down and hold that position for the longest. And here they come with a clear opportunity with a big spray again with a goat, and he does go for the finish, and that will be the end of the road for them as well. They will be getting swept back into the lobby. Rescue Esports, unfortunately, there will be no rescuing going on for them this time around.
Yo, this is so crazy. This is so insane. The Rescue Esports, I think one of their guys, no, they have been eliminated. The full team has been eliminated. That was quite crazy. As we watched them fall, that was it. But we are still looking at these teams. Guys, don't forget Madagascar represented. We have Mauritania, we have Kenya, we have South Africa, we have the Republic of Congo, Gabon, Mauritius. This is crazy. This is what we have been waiting for. One band. We have the Temper captain. 3Cs getting the DBK Savage, and the 3Cs, they are still getting the kills, but right now only with one elimination. And the 3Cs, how many players are remaining from the 3Cs? Because this is crazy. These guys, right now, they have been playing cool. 4 players remain. The MUs at the moment, they are the ones that are leading. They have 4 eliminations. But where are the MUs? We have the 1Bs. They have the 3 eliminations, followed by the 21st century from South Africa. These are the ring lords when it comes to this game. But who will be able to make the lobby theirs? It is a question of time. It is a question of where. It is a question of when. Where? Erangel. When? In a matter of few minutes. This is crazier than we thought, and this is just what we are expecting. The zone shifting. Fairy Pyre being the only place at the center of the map, and not even one team has occupied Fairy Pyre. So teams need to take the initiative, go to Fairy Pyre, hold the positions. Otherwise, the team that does not get to Feripire first, the team that will be getting there last, I don't think they might be standing a chance of even getting close to Feripire. We've seen a lot of knocks, a lot of crazy stuff. 46 players remaining, 13 teams in total, and this is it. This is just it. The zone closing in, creeping in, shrinking towards the Feripire direction, and the angry Switchu getting the DBK Richaro, and the DBKs. These guys have been suffering so much. They are getting eliminated one man after the other. One after the other. And we have the RRG dominating. One elimination for the RRG. And they get the final player. That is how we do it. Those are the RRGs. And that is why Madagascar is smiling at the moment. This is the time. The time for the kills. The time for the fight. Priest! As we continue with the great action, we are looking at the players that are making the plays. What is your suggestion, or what is your opinion on what player will be dominating and from what team we shall be seeing the player coming from?
Well, looks very interesting here because one band continue where they left off inside of Sanhok. We saw Titan and a couple of his teammates there turn things around, but this could be very, very problematic. Desire with a beautiful spray 6 times on the AKM. You don't see that very often, but when you see it, it is somebody absolutely cooking. RRQ in trouble. 6-9 had to hightail it and escape from the onslaught that was coming from the Navy SEALs, and he could be utilizing this one. Grenade in hand from Melio, and RRG will be delivered. Rescue eSports again pulling up to the scene. Emperor try to circle back again, gets knocked away and plays a little bit closer to the southern side. Grenades in hand now from Pubg, trying to keep the rest of the guys from RC all the way behind to force them out. Rescue eSports trying to close this out slowly but surely. Again, open space here. They're trying to bang it in, and that's a beautiful grenade over to the other side again. Face to the left and face to the right, but the M4 will shut that down and close it out. Pew pew, bullets flying all over the place. The first one to bite the dust over to the other side. More sprays again, and Eclipse eSports now starting to spur through. Pison and the UMP trading off, but this time it will be off no luck. Zeus cracking inside, and they will take that position away from the high ground spot, and they will claim it to be theirs, and they will be shifting and claiming landlord position of this entire building. Eclipse eSports have a lot of ground to cover, but that grenade was perfectly launched. Vorpok will not take that away, and he wants a piece of the action as well, and this might be the opportunity for them to claim back that position. But the Zeus is going to take a lot. It's going to take everything for them if they want to take it out. That's a beautiful grenade. Velpok will be forced all the way back, and his teammates will have to provide some sort of protection and cover. Remember, all of this chaos is going on in the western side of the zone. They do not have any access to the zone just yet. Helia is trying to get his HP back up, manages to get it done. Quilla from 3 Crown Esports, the first one to go down, will succumb to his injuries, and it will be swept away. And 3 Crown Esports going forward will play as a 3-man, and so will Eclipse and Zeus also. 3-man teams everywhere, PTK. What does that mean? Only Mercenary Union and Navy SEALs have 4 players up.
Yeah, this is what we talked about, because these are evenly matched teams. As you can see, these are evenly matched teams. You get the knock, I get the knock. You try to make the push, I also make the push. So it's a 50-by-50 chance for these teams. That is why most teams are choosing to hold rather than make the push, because they know what is lying ahead of them. We saw the Rescue eSports getting eliminated as I think 2 of their players. Yeah, we saw the RIGs dominating. They played very good. We saw the switch from the FPP to the TPP to the FPP. How insane is that? When you find players using these, that is the POV, changing the POVs, FPP, TPP, those are players that are experienced in the game. Those are players that know, when I get into an apartment, I need to switch my POV. When I'm in the open, I need to switch my POVs, because they have some height advantages. They have some short advantages when you change those POVs. Right now, we have some fight. That is Eclipse eSports. Lazio still holding the position. We have the Mercenary Union with the 5 eliminations. Teams are struggling to get to the play zone. Teams are struggling to get to their vehicles. Teams are struggling to get their normal gameplay, because you can never play normal in these type of lobbies. You can never play normal when it comes to teams like these. Mercenary Union Prison receiving quite some awesome spray from Zeus. Eclipse eSports still holding the position. A Mercenary trying to make that rotation, trying to switch the aim from the Zeus to him. But yo, getting quite some sprays. That was some beautiful, beautiful spray. And we continue with the action. RC is one of the players is out. Angry Aspect, they have been making a push. Zeus getting knocked. That is Chow. Chow is down. Chow is chopping. And Chow is choppy. Now this is what we have been waiting for. Zeus also getting knocked. And this is crazy that we thought right now LZ Helia is the only person surviving from Zeus. Is this it for the Zeus? Is this it for the people that are watching? This is crazy. A good nade, but the nade has not been directed to it. Oh my goodness me! I thought the nade was even floating. That was crazy. Look at the Mercenary Union. Priest, why are they going so much for the dark parties? Look at that beautiful spray. And that is the MU leaked. And he is leaking the kills. He is getting them knock by knock, elimination by elimination. And they know that Godlike is the man that is surviving. Godlike Kelly. Oh my goodness me. What a beautiful spray. At most, I thought that he was eliminated. The MUs are going all in. They are going for the push. They are going for the Eclipse. Eclipse. The darkness is raining. The darkness is coming. Priest, what do you think might be the fate for the Eclipse esports at the moment?
Well, the sun will be going out for them any sooner rather than later. You know, Mercenary Union have them in their sight lines. Probably going to close this one out. Godlike, not feeling too godlike there. He has surrounded himself with a barrage of smoke grenades, but they will only hide his location, but they will not stop the bullets. Ali QZ has him in his sight lines again, and that will be the end of the road for him. He has been spotted, but he makes a quick rotation over far west, and he manages to escape the danger, but he is going to run into the guys from 3 Ground Esports. I believe it is going to be Merrick, one of the players left. A couple more shots again, and that will be the end of the road. Merrick closes that one out. Owner to follow through, and that will be the end of the road for him. Temper now getting a piece of the action. They want to breach inside and go for the guys from one band. That's a beautiful grenade just by the edge of the door there to seal the position. Again, forces the issue all the way back. Temper in serious trouble. Nexus on the horse galloping to safety, leaving Owner unfortunately to take a hit, but Switch will also spot him in the open and close that chapter. One band, 2 men left holding on, trying to close this down. Temper just lurking around on the ground floor, utilizing all their throwables, trying to make quick work of this. 1 band, 5 eliminations to the good, and now they're back to 2 players, but Goat has to make sure that nothing breaches the ground floor. He has to make sure that this position will be his and his alone, but he has to force Temper all the way to the back though. He switches over to the S12K. He knows that he's about to witness a barrage of enemies. Temper looking for a way inside, or looking for a way to keep them from breaking inside this position from that south post. Every single position here being held through. Temper trying to close it down. Zeke playing on the outside. Struce as well. 6 guard also looking for a way to break in. The smokes and the utilities flying every single corner that you can witness, and they are shutting this down one by one, but Temper have to make a decision, and they have to make it fast. The play zone is not favorable for them at all. It's going to force them out into the open any moment from now, and it's going to be open season the moment they cross through from this position. They have to make sure. And the first spray immediately with the S12K, but Goat missed the first shot, and he's paid dearly for it. He takes a hit, and Franco now has to hold on to the top side, and he has the DBS. We know he's capable of that one, but unfortunately he will be overrun, he will be overwhelmed, and Temper will grab hold of that compound.
Yo, 7 teams remain, 18 players in total. Fairy Pyre, as we mentioned, was the hot drop because of the play zone. Right now, most of the teams are going outside the Fairy Pyre area because they want to stay in the play zone as much as possible. A lot of teams eliminated, and we are in the final seconds of the game. Navy survive, Mercenary Union survive. We have the 21st century angry rescue and the RRQ. Crazy and crazy as we continue with the action. Right now, teams in the open, by utilizing those ditches, utilizing those valleys, utilizing those peculiar positions and holding them. Because in the open, you need some cover. And if you don't have cover, you are in the lobby. Play a good game. use the right skills, and you will get to dominate. Navy Akaza, they are trying to hold that central position. Holding that central position. We are the 21st century from South Africa, still trying to get the MUs. The MUs have been holding that position, and the MU Alikas knocked by Angry, and the Angry aspect bringing a different aspect to the MUs. Angry Switchu, we are getting a spray, we are getting a match. MU Aliqui is eliminated. We have the rescues, one of the players eliminated, and the MUs at the moment, they know that their position is compromised, and they are switching their tactics. They are switching their areas. Crazy and crazy and crazy. And the MUs are making a push. Glizzy very low. Glizzy got the knock. Akaza is down. Glizzy very, very low. They are throwing those nades. They know that he is there. Will they be able to get him? MU Prison making the push. One. Oh my goodness. MU Prison. Take me to prison. What is my crime? The crime is messing against the mercenary union, and the mercenaries are bringing the manpower. They are bringing the action. They are bringing it all. Crazy as we continue with the action. Crazier in it. Crazier moment by moment. MU Prison with the 1 elimination. MU's right now dominating 9 eliminations for the team combined. But the MU's Priest, these guys, are they going to show us the power that East Africa has had for the couple of years? Will they be able to dominate this game? Will they be able? That is, as according to the rumor at the moment, crazy stuff, crazy competition, and crazy and wild as it goes.
Absolutely crazy indeed. Mercenary Union turning the tables around on the Navy SEALs, putting them in a pot and turning up the flames, cooking them one after the other. Overgrab finally goes down to 6-2-9, and now Angry Smoke against Mercenary Union. These two teams are tied. 9 elimination to 9 eliminations. Steez for Steez. Aura for Aura. They are Aura farming the entire lobby now, but who's going to come out on top? Temper finally crawling out of their hole, trying to get some more intel onto the guys from Mercenary Union. They have been spotted. Prison plays devil's advocate immediately. Hawk sprays over to the top side. Aspect will be dropping through to that aspect ratio, 16-9. He falls to the side, and now he will have to hold on. The Smokes over to the right hand side, and Glixie trying to make his way through, but 629 spots him through as well with the spray immediately with the Scar L, tries to close it down, but Glixie jumps out a little bit too early, takes some damage, 4 damage to be precise, but he switches over to the S12K, and now it's an opportunity for Smoke. He has the Bison in hand, continues to spray through. Surely he has to capitalize, but he turned it around. He does the first drop onto Hawk, and Hawk will not smash. He goes for the second. Glixie falls as well. Problems now for Mercenary Union. Prison, can he lock them up? But Angry Smoke are cruising through. Aspect still knocked away. Switch over to the top hand side. He circles back again. Prison is trying his best, but the S12K, can he clutch? Not this time. Switch will turn off the lights, and Mercenary Union will be disbanded by Angry Smoke. And now there's trouble. The Smokes come through from 6-9 to shield his teammates, and it's a perfect opportunity for Temper to capitalize on the position while all of this is going. RRQ have 6-9 with 1 HP and no utilities.
Crazy, 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 crazy. 6-9. Will you even survive this? The teams know that he is here, and they are making the push. Those are the Tempers, a very angry Temper. But Tempers, they need to watch out, because that is crazy territory. And the Temper God making the push. Temper, tampering with the 6-9. And 6-9, what is happening? How is this guy still surviving? At the center of attraction, at the center of it all, 1 HP, it never gets better than that. Oh my goodness me. Temper God getting that elimination. That was such a bummer to the man. This is Angry 6-9. Angry Switch with the 7 eliminations. Angry Aspect, and the Angry is 12 eliminations for the team. And as we talked about this, we say that we might be seeing a new champion in this game. And I believe a champion might be delaying the time for his crowning. Who will be crowned a champion for this game? Angry Tempers, a 2-team, 6-man remaining. That is a 3v3. That is a 3v3. 1 player eliminated from each and every team. And right now, Angry versus the Tempers. Who's got the Angry? Who's got the angry face? Who's got the temper? Who's got it all? A 3v3. Zone v zone, Mexican faction. Let's get this started. 3v3, the zone is very, very low. All of the players are waiting for the play zone. And it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time, Priest. It's just a matter of time. You see, I told you the truth. We are going to have some new champions. You didn't. You doubted. Why did you doubt? Why? Angry 629. Oh my goodness. Priest doubted my words, and all of you guys can see.
Well, PTK, absolutely right. He called it brand new chicken dinner winner, but who is it going to be? Is it Angry, Smoke, or Temper? Temper do have the wherewithal, they do have the experience, they've played in zones like this before, but now it's going to take a little bit more. They do have the MG3 though, that could turn the tide around, except probably going to see a P90 fall out of nowhere, but that would be something special. 629 with a beautiful angle, an off angle here could work in his favor. It's a 3 versus 3. The scales are very balanced. They play from the south and from the north. They're clashing just right through the center, and this could be anyone's game though. Over to the other side, they will try again, and there will be a big spend and a big position here from Six Guard. He's already making an advance, the smoke already in hand to shield that vision, to block all the sight lines for the guys from Angry, and it looks like it might be working, but will they be able to capitalize on this? Six Guard plays over to that eastern side, trying to keep the rest of his teammates in the loop here to make sure that they do not make any mistakes, because any mistakes at this stage will be expensive, they will be costly, and you cannot write a check that your M4 will not cash. Six Guard plays off the right hand side, looking for an off angle, and he is trying to pop it through. DBS in hand, he has been able to switch weapons from time to time, but Aspect plays a little bit closer than he would like. Temper creeping up shortly. The play zone has moved a little bit, couple inches forward, and forces them to lie and wait a little bit longer than they would have liked. Six Guard looking for a way through. That's a good grenade. It's not enough. Does manage to hurt 629 a little bit, but they will toss a grenade of their own. Six God will have to be careful. Hopefully it doesn't drop him to his knees. He switches over again. All the intel is all a matter of who gets the right intel at this stage. Six God, I'm not sure he's aware of 629's position, and he does have the ghillie suit. He might not be easily spotted. Zeke plays behind them, and Shukes as well playing off that right hand side, trying to gather even more intel, but 629 does not move a muscle. He is lying in wait, and he is waiting for the opposition to capitalize here. Six Guard might be the first victim. If 629 decides to pop up and get the first drop, Temper might be in trouble here. 629 is lurking. He's waiting to launch that Molotov perfectly, because that is his last utility, and he cannot afford to waste it. But the play zone is also forcing them out into the open, holding them to account every single position. 2 versus 1 on this side and 2 versus 1 on the other side. Zeke not giving away his position just yet, but the audio cues, the footsteps, the mishaps all coming together, and here comes Six Guard now. Molotov immediately launched to force them off into the right, and Angry doing this perfectly, executing it, and Temper unfortunately will lose their temper and lose the chicken dinner in one fell swoop. Angry Smoke will take the chicken dinner, and it is absolutely well deserved, PTK.
Yo, that was well deserved from the Angries. Yo, oh boy. What happened? That was crazy. That was awesome. And it's all happening in a game. It is happening in a game. We all love the sensation when it comes to a final game. That was wild. And right now it's bottling up at the top. Will the ringleaders, will they be able to hold on to that position? Crazy stuff, crazy sprays, crazy tactics. It was a game of angles. That is why the Angries were holding the angles. The 629, that guy was waiting, threw the molly, disrupted the tactics that were being implemented, and that is how they got the advantage. The teams were just crazy. That was a game worth watching. That was a game worth everything. Competition in its best, competition at itself. Crazy stuff. As we continue the action, that was just but a game 2 for the Group B. Next, what are we having, Priest?
Well, Well, that was one for the books. Angry Smoke, I did see a little bit of something from them in Sanhok. They were very, very coordinated. They did play as a unit and it did work in their favor. But I'm expecting, more of the same from them tomorrow. We are done with Group B today as well. And we are heading into our final game of the night, which is going to be Group C. But the MVP is Switch You, from Angry Smoke, and it is well deserved, doing over 1,000 points in damage and 8 eliminations as well, also cracking the whip there with 1 assist. Didn't necessarily do a lot of healing. He was just guns blazing everywhere. 29 minutes on the clock, and it was enough to turn things around to put in the pressure to the rest of those other teams. Switch You leading the charge with 8 eliminations. Angry also charging down the barrel with 5 eliminations of his own as well. Didn't do as much damage as him though, but it was enough to put him on the board. 4 eliminations for Glixie for Mercenary Union as well, also with Ali QZ putting in the work as well. 2 eliminations with almost 700 damage points. That shows you that this guy was absolutely cooking. He just wasn't translating to all his eliminations. Zeke from Temper also in there, did do a lot of damage, not enough to convince the rest of his teammates to add a little bit of something to that spice, but we did have a total of 55 eliminations in the cut. 8 headshots to follow through, 353 meters, even longer than what we had in the Sanhok game. We had 3 airdrops going out there in the open. I think we saw someone with an MG3 and a couple of other interesting activities and utilities picked up from the crates. 3 grenade eliminations and 3 vehicle eliminations, BTK.
Yeah, that was crazy. An additional elimination when it comes to the vehicle elimination. We've seen some clutches from the RCs, the rescues. We have the Temper captain. These guys were going all in. They put all their money in that game and they delivered. We have the bloodline. That was quite some spray that we were watching in this game. The highlights were crazy. These are the RRGs. These were the moment that these guys were shining. These guys had their crown on. The RRGs were going straight to the RCs. This was a crazy POV switch, and that is how the RRGs dominated that game. The RCs never saw that coming. They only saw pain itself. But let's talk about this clutch from the Angry. He got 1 elimination. He was almost eliminated. Also got Glizzy. This guy was glazing. This guy was bringing the action home. This guy was angry indeed. And the strategic gameplay, and that was from the Angry 6 to 9. He threw the molly, waited for these guys. He knew that they are going to make the push, and he got the knocks. He got the elimination. When you look at the team stats, that was crazy for the Angries. Switch You with the 8 eliminations, garnering 1,017 damage for one single player. That is insane. He got 5 knocks. He survived the most. We have the Angry Aspect. We have the Angry 6 to 9, Angry MLK. Only the MLK did not get any elimination, but look at the elimination. That is 15 total eliminations for the team number 1. It never gets better than this. This was awesome to watch, and the Angries made that happen. And as you can see from the game, the MUs, we have the Angries. They got first place, 25 points. 25 points is just crazy. We have the MUs number 2 with 13. TMP, those are the Tempers with the 12. But look at this gap between the number 1 and the number 4. That is some crazy gap. Double figures were from number 1 to number 3. From number 4 to number 16, those teams, they got only single figures. This is a crazy group, and as we can see, this has been it. At the moment, these are the overall rankings. Angry with 37 incredible points. That is quite some gap from the Angries and the 3 Crowns. The 3 Crowns are dominating, but the Angries, they show that they are on it. They want to get that the top spot they need. They are all in. They are betting it all. That is more than 10 points gap. We have the RRGs still doing a very good job with the 20 points. That is the top 1 to number 8. We have the teams that are also trying their best, but unfortunately that has not been their best, because at number 16, the Cyphers, we have I think these are the Ruthless. This is crazy. 0 points is crazy, but these is also expected when it comes to such tournaments. We have the OPs and we have the very OPs. It is upon you to change and switch your tactics. It is a matter of time, a matter of seconds. That was Group B. Right now, guys, almost. We are in the last game, and that is the Group C. They make a debut. What will happen? Crazy stuff. Stellar champions. What is happening, Chris?
Absolutely incredible. Four games down, one more to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, brought to you by Infinix and Pubg Mobile, and it has been a sweet ride. 4 games down, one more to go, and we will bring you that one more, but right after the break. See you then.
Welcome back, guys. After some tantalizing action, that is from the Group B. Right now, we are Group number C. But, guys, right now, I am with one of the most beautiful ladies casters in the game, and that is Mitch Gavin. Mitch Gavin, what do you have to say about the 4 games that have been played?
Thank you, PTK, for the amazing introduction. Well, I mean, the last 4 games have been very interesting. I mean, the last two, especially, I mean, I did not expect a lot of teams to turn out the way they did, especially the rotations and the team coming to win there from Madagascar. That was really good coming from them. But I'm really excited to see now how the last game will be. Seeing that we are going into Group C, where we have very interesting teams here. We have seen them before. We have the Donkeys in the building. We have Tribe Warriors as well here with us. We have Dream Team, Reject, a very good number of teams. We are familiar with them, and we are going to be waiting to see how they perform, comparing them to the previous games that have been played by Group A and Group B.
Yeah, this is the schedule of for today, guys. We've played the first game, the second, the third, the fourth. Right now, we are in the 5th game, and that is none other than the land of the dry bones, the land dry and drier than the rest. This is Miramar, the land where these long-range weapons are crucial. The Car 98, the Win 98, we have all those weapons, and those are the crucial part of this map. Get the mini 14, get the mini 14, get the SKS. These are the kind of weapons that we need to see players wielding in this game. I know, Mitch, you've played Miramar before. What are the tactics that you know of that you think might be of help to these teams?
Always the land of dust, same thing. Make sure you're in the highest ground possible, because that is the only way you'll be able to win against most of the teams, because everyone will be looking to go into the high grounds. And if you make it there fast, then probably you will be the one giving your team a winner chicken dinner. But we are finally here in the last game of the night for Group C, and that is going to be Miramar. Looking at the flight path that is coming basically from the northern side all the way to the southern side, we have Mina del Sur, a very interesting place where most teams enjoy landing. But I mean, PTK, this is Miramar, where most teams might just be a little bit shy engaging in fights. But this is the first game Group C is playing today. For the other teams, or rather groups, they have played already a couple of games. So do you think it is going to be the same as the other groups? They will be having early fights and maybe some teams coming in later to engage in fights, or Group C might just be a little bit different and we might be seeing people engaging in fights a little bit early in this game?
Yeah, I think we may be seeing something different. Be it these guys have been watching the competition itself. They have watched the Group A, they have watched the Group B. They know what works and they know what does not work. So maybe we shall be seeing teams going to Pecado, the hot drop. We have the graveyard area. We have Hacienda del Patron. We might be seeing teams concentrating at these areas. And for the first time, I'm seeing Somalia. The donkeys are representing Somalia, bringing in the teenage kicks. These guys are very young, and with that pressure, with that energy, bring into the game, and we are expecting to see a lot of kills in the game, a lot of action in the game. Will they be able to achieve that? It is a question of now or never. No, a question of now, because the game has already begun. Mitch, as we continue the game, we shall be seeing something new, because these guys, I know they have a lot of pressure, but they are very much motivated, because they know the kind of gaps that these teams are getting. For the if you look at the overall results, we have a very big gap between the number 1 and the number 4. So these guys will be trying to close a gap in that Group C, because once they are able to close that gap, once they're able to dominate, when it comes to the final games, trust you me, they will get to the top 14.
Exactly, I agree with that. I mean, getting to the top 14 might not be easy. And for Group C, I believe they have one step ahead of everyone, seeing that they are not even yet in the pressure zone. They are just beginning their games. And like you've said, getting to the top 14 will not be easy, but they have just to make sure they have analyzed the game enough. They have watched the Group A and B as they played and ensure they have understood their tactics and how hard and challenging the game is right now. I mean, this is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup 2025, where we are expecting a lot of teams to work towards making it to the finals here in Nairobi, Kenya, and then make their way to PMGC. So a lot is definitely in play here for all the groups. So I'm really, really excited to see how the Group C will be performing. But so far, we've already seen one of the teams, they have been engaging in a fight. They haven't really lost a player yet, but we have seen at least someone engaging in a fight. I believe Group C is playing a little bit safe, and that's a good thing. I do not see any problem with that. Group A, Group B, they have been more on the aggressive side. Now we're here in the group that is playing a little bit slow, a little bit passive. I think we'll be having very interesting turn of events when it comes to the last zone fights. Basically, not the last, but almost to the last zone fights.
Yeah, this is the Pro Ultimate Royale that we are watching. If you guys have watched the Ultimate Royale, you guys know the pressure that is there. Right now, this is Pro Ultimate Royale. Proest Ultimate Royale. You can't get caught lacking. You need to do your best, get to the safe zone fast, get the loot, and survive. Otherwise, these will be a night for you. Most of the guys that I know of, they average, I think, a 1 KD. So when it comes to this game, and you see a player getting 7 eliminations, I need to see the countries. I need to see the team that are represented. You guys should be going wild for these players, because this is not an easy journey. This is a journey that requires precision, that requires patience.
Exactly. And just looking at the teams here in Group C, we are familiar with a couple of them. I'm sure you also been in contact with some of these teams. You've seen the Galaxy, Tribe Warriors, you've seen DK, that is the Donkeys, you've seen Rejects, you've seen Zeus Final Boss. And now when you're coming into these Group C games, is there basically a team that you're expecting to see good potential coming from them?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. We have the Galaxy, we have the Rejects. These guys are good. These guys are good. But they need to show us that they are even better. Because saying a team is good, that is one thing. But a team performing to outdo our words, that is another thing. Because most of the times, we find it as a jinx to us. Like, we say that a team might be getting an elimination. We say that a team, these might be the group that they are dominating, but then they get dominated when we are starting the game. They get dominated fast. So these teams, as much as they are watching the game, as much as they are enjoying the game, they need to stay calm. They need to play their normal tactics. As we knew them, as we know them, these guys are all able to get the win. Crazy as it sounds, we have the bots. We have the boss. That is the boss. These guys, we need you guys to boss up, bring the action home. Let your country wield the flag and say that they are us and we are them. As we continue the great action, 50 players remain, 13 teams in total.
Exactly. 13 teams in total, and it's all going to be dependent on only one team to get a winner chicken dinner. We have seen there in Truckstop, we have at least 2 teams there, but then finally some action is here with us in Miramar. First game for the Group C and the last game of the first day for the group stages in PMSC 2025. And we can see Insane there spotting a player from Force. Beautiful damage, and the first knock is finally there. I believe Insane player Thirst was not going to let that knock slide. He was going to follow it all the way back to lobby, and now another player comes in with a push there. Thirst waiting patiently, pre-fires with the S12K, waiting for Thirst to go outside, but then he is not exposing himself yet. He's just going to be playing using his pre-fires and maybe get his confidence up. But then there, the player from Force does come in, and the first team is finally out of the game, and that is Insane. Quite unfortunate, but then this is just the first game for Group C. Anything could happen after today, so they can still keep on the morale and focus on the next coming games.
Yeah, the Donkeys are making a debut when it comes to the Group C. We've seen the Donkeys play. We have the DK Tony, one of their best players. This guy, one of the best fraggers that I know of, because I've watched him play tournaments and I've watched him get those eliminations. This guy is a no joke man. He is a no joke person. If he wants the kill, he goes for the kill. If he wants the elimination, he gets the elimination. If he wants the win, they make sure that they get the win. Donkeys, donkeys, donkeys. Bring those kicks and bring the win. That is a Somalia, and Somalia in the chat. Yo, everyone from Somalia should be behind their team, because I believe this is the only Somalia team that I've seen. I don't know why many of the Somali teams did not make it, but Somalia has some of the best teams. As we continue, we have the Rejects getting a knock. And as we continue, Rejects with 1 elimination, we have the Riz with 2 eliminations, F4 with the 4 eliminations. But what is happening to the teams? Why are they choosing such kind of gameplay?
I
Why
believe,
are
I
they?
mean,
Uh-huh.
it's just that it's the first game. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? First game of the day.
Yes.
You will feel the pressure. You have to think through everything. I mean, do I really want to be the first one going back to lobby? I don't even know the teams I'm going against. So I think that explains why they are playing this way. But I know Tribe Warriors. I've seen them play before. They have good potential. And I really want to see how they will be performing here in PMAC group stages. Will they be making it to the top 14? But then now as they make their rotations, they have a team passing by right next to them. We'll be seeing whether they take on that fight or not. But most of the teams here in Group C, they are quite comfortable with not taking any fight yet. We are in the second phase of the zone. We are going into the third phase of the zone. I think it is time for now the teams to make their moves and go towards the fight, with the zone being in the middle of Miramar. There we have Hacienda del Patron, water treatment, crater fields. All these places are good places to be, and a couple of teams already made it to the safe zone. DK, Reject. We have the players. I believe that is RJC also making their rotations towards the safe zone. So now this is where we'll start seeing the fights, because as you can see as well for Tribe Warriors, they have already been spotted, and we can finally hear some engagements in the game.
Yeah, quite OP and quite some insane things that we are going to be seeing. We want the engagements, we want the fights, and right now the teams are choosing to stay in the play zone, wait for the play zone to move, because people know that Miramar is the land of third parties. You are never too safe. Even if you think you are too safe, you are never safe when it comes to Miramar. An open barren run might make you might mess up with your head, because I've seen a couple of times teams getting comfortable, pick in one spot, and then boom, that party coming from behind, a place that you never expected that will have a team. Crazy stuff. We have the AAA final boss. These are the boss, and this is some crazy action. They are trying to play with the play zone. They are trying to play with the blue. As the circle closes, these
All right, so as you can see there, the Zeus final boss are making their rotations towards the safe zone. That is something we'll be waiting to see how it happens. Will they be able to make it safely and then finally find a compound they can use to be as safe as they can? The RJC, they are already taking on a fight. Forced today in the first game, they're not really having a good time. They have been taking a couple of fights there on their side, even though they're somehow surviving. Only 2 of their players are still standing. I believe they are the only team with 4 eliminations to their name. Yes, we are just getting started, but for the players from Force, it is looking quite good for them. 4 eliminations, that's a plus and a win for their team. As the zone continues to close in, of course, we'll be seeing what changes. We'll be going into the third phase, which team will be taking on the compounds, which teams will be taking on the high grounds. But now Zeus final boss waiting patiently for a team. I can see Reese there right in front of Ara, and he is going to be waiting. Master, they are being spotted, and of course Ara will try to get the damage there. Beautiful sprays with the M4, but then the shots don't really connect. He will be trying again to try get another knock here on the players from Reese, but then nothing still happens for Zeus final boss Ara. This is not going quite well as maybe he expected it to go and get maybe a knock or two on the players from Greece.
That is some great and insane zone control from the boss. Playing with some plain paths, and these guys are just on it. They want to get the win, and they want to be the bosses. As we continue, we see the Galaxy with 2 players. We see the Rejects having the 2 eliminations. We have the Air Force with the 4 eliminations. But the Rejects have been quite awesome. But I don't know why they aren't making those knocks conversions. They need to get those eliminations. Yo, we see some players getting knocked by the play zone as we continue, and these might be a trend when it comes to this game. As we saw, most of the teams playing in the blue zone, very risky. It might be an advantage to you. That is what you might be thinking, but then might be a very big disadvantage as we continue. The zone becomes very, very bad. The zone becomes very damaging as the zone shrinks further and further till the last drop. Our final boss is quite some beautiful spray, but didn't get the knock. We have the rejects. They have the this is what I was talking about, Mitch. This was exactly it. You need to have a long range weapon. The Kar98, the M24, we have the SKS. Because without these weapons, how will you even play Miramar?
Yeah, I get that, but when will you get the time to snipe people? Have you seen how good the players are when it comes to spraying? By the time you focus that shot, unless you're really good when it comes to sniping, that might be impossible. But I get what you say. The Mini 14s, SKS, M24s, Car 98, all of them will be coming to play. But then, as you can see, force rejects here, player reverb trying to get the Kobe's there, the nades to connect on the players from the donkeys, but then again only one player is down, and I believe the donkeys only have two more players remaining from their team. Leo there will be going back to lobby. That is quite unfortunate, but I hope the donkeys have a strategy. It is too early in the game still. They can still catch up with only two players remaining. All they need is strategy, and maybe they will be able to catch up in terms of points. There is Spada getting a fight happening towards them, and Nate getting cooked up by Morgan, and we can see the player there right above them holding what I can see is a shotgun, and if you're not careful, that shotgun can easily wipe out a team. We have seen that before, but for now Shiro here is trying to get the needs connecting, but then they're not really doing that. They have the needs coming from every single angle, but nothing is changing as of now. Florent, they're getting to try and get some knocks, but then nothing is happening yet. The nades are not really connecting, and we can see Morgan they're trying to go with the push there. Beautiful knock, the DBS, and will be taking the player back to lobby. For now, what is happening is that Espada is having a good time. They're having the eliminations, the numbers keep going up for their team.
Yeah, when it comes to those close range fights, you need to have that DBS, you need to have that S12K. As you have seen, this is quite some dangerous weapon when it comes to that. Reject Lance getting the sniper, getting the knock, but the rejects have not been making the conversion. I don't know what is happening, but they have the eliminations and one knock at the moment. The rejects have been pushing and they have been making this room look easy. Air Force, where are the Air Force? This guy got the 4 eliminations and they are not adding the elimination. I think they're looking for the placement points. I think they might be looking for the placement point. I saw someone using the M249, which is quite crazy, knowing the kind of insane recoil that the M249 has. You never, if you see a player using the M249 to spray, don't joke with such kind of player. Those are OG players, and those are players that have like zero sensitivity controls. These guys are OP. We have the DTs. Our Force 4 Azrael getting knocked, and from the Force, only one player remains. Crazy, crazy as we continue with the zone shrinking at the moment.
Exactly. Force the rejects are really doing a good job. I mean, you have talked about them, so I can say for now I'm really, really focused on seeing how they're going to be performing. So far, they are doing a good job, though they seem to be losing. That is reject losing a couple of players there. We have Reverb getting knocked there. Quite unfortunate for that team. They need to get closer to each other. Otherwise, the donkeys do come in and make it quite easy for the Force rejects, and they will be surviving for now. Dream Team trying to go in for that push. They are quite low. 77k being quite low. We can still see him going for that push to S12K, but then Florent, beautiful knock there, the S12K. We have the Dream Team eSports losing all their players, only one remaining, and that is Ace, who will be going away from this fight because he does not want to be a part of that fight anymore. But then he does encounter reject. Perfect spray there from Ace. This is Dream Team. I believe we all know Dream Team from Nigeria. They do a good job. They are quite skillful. So let's see if that will be playing out here, seeing that Ace is just but a solo remaining from his team. I guess all eyes will be on him to see whether he will be able to give the team the dream they are looking for, and that is a chicken dinner in the first game for Group C.
Exactly. Dream Team with the Dream Spray. This is the D Taser V2. The man has been making the push, getting the knocks, but still holding, not making the push. That was just enough to slow them down, slow the rejects, but not able to make the counter strike. Rejects Kuza, we have the reject baby. They are still on the lower end. We have the DKs, donkeys with the one elimination, but something has been happening to the donkeys. They lost two of their teammates, that is Tony and DK Leo. Some of their top fraggers right now, they need to change the tactics. They need to play it safe because the placement points, as much as they look small, For the teams, that is a big margin. You might be seeing 1 point, but for them, they are seeing a very big margin because 1 point might be proven to be the difference between the number 1 and the number 2. Between the number 2 and the number 3. You've seen this match and you've known of teams that are having like these kind of differences and teams lacking that capacity of getting to the qualifiers, teams lacking the capacity of making it to the top 3 because of just a single point.
True, I agree with that. Points here matter very, very much. And a beautiful play here from the player from the Donkeys, that is Huncho. And he basically got 3 eliminations on the RGC by himself. Amazing player coming from Huncho. That was really good. I think I said wrong pronunciation, but good stuff there coming from Huncho. Did get a very interesting wipe on the players from Reject. I believe he had the high ground. And PTK asked me that question: for someone to survive in Miramar, what should you do? And that is how you have to go about it. All you have to do is just be on the high ground. If you don't have the numbers and you have the view, as long as someone doesn't have an M24 and is good, then you'd probably survive for a very long time.
Yeah, having an M24 is crazy. But right now, most of the players are with the M416 as a choice of weapon. I don't know why players don't use the AUG, one of the best in the games. Yeah, but that was quite some spray from the Reject, and he gets the knock. And that is how you onboard a vehicle. That is how you exit the vehicle. That is how you do it. The Reject style. They are rejecting the vehicles and they are getting the eliminations as soon as that. 26 players remain. 8 teams in total. Who will make these happen? What team? What time? When? How? They are going to be there, but water spray. The Rejects also getting sprayed. They have good sprays, but you need to talk about the sprays from the other teams. This has been a crazy games, and you should avoid at all costs picking and peeping enemies. You might pick and then bringing back your head, you don't have any helmet. You don't have anything. Even the armor is out. And quite some spray. That is quite some knock from the Madness. And Mitch, as you can see, this insane gameplay. When why? I saw a player with 10 nades. How is that even possible?
I believe the nades are very important. I mean, if you're good at nading, if you can have very good visuals and use good earphones, then you can basically get a good grenade on anyone. And the DK player here, Data, is really getting a lot of damage on the players from Tribe Warriors as they make their rotations. Very promising spray there, and actually does connect, and he has 1 knock on the players from Tribe Warriors. The Tribe Warriors now will be forced to get that revive. The grenades here will be coming to play for teams that have teams right next to them. If they have the opponents really, really close, they can get really good nades connecting and amazing knocks for their teams as well. But as you can see there, the Donkeys are really using the high ground to their advantage. Hanchol here and the Derdara are really putting in the fight. They already take on the players. Tribe Warriors are not having an easy time. I mean, the Donkeys are ready to give them a lot of pressure, and we are seeing exactly that. They are giving teams pressure, and we want to see how it will end. Will this position be the reason the Donkeys get a winner chicken dinner for the last game of the day?
Quite some spray from the Jiki Deidara. This guy has been getting knocks. This guy has been dominating. That position, I believe that might be the sweet spot when it comes to this game advantage. These guys have been holding the position, but right now the bullets are running out. The armor is running out. How will they be able to dominate without the armor? How will they be able? And oh my goodness me, that was quite some knock. And the 484s are right now trying to fight for their lives. They are getting pushed and getting pushed hard. 8 for M Sammy almost getting knocked. That was quite some spray. And we have a push. That is the eSport. 484 getting knocked. And they are getting butchered. They are getting eliminated. What is happening? 2 players remain. And that was quite some game. 484s
good.
Knocked and knocked. Only 1 player is remaining.
Exactly, that was amazing. Oh, and even before you could finish saying anything, 4B4M have been eliminated and they'll be going back to the lobby. Now the Donkeys are getting the pressure. Already one of their teammates, Deidara, has been knocked, and now Hancho will be trying to get the revive. But as you can see, the high ground is still giving them an advantage, because many teams, before they make it close to them, they will have to struggle a little bit trying to go on the high ground here to be able to go against the Donkeys. But then now Zeus final was Aram. He will be cooking up a nade looking for something to connect, maybe a knock, and then they'll be going in for that push. But the Donkeys, again, with the high ground play, they are getting the damage on Aram as he tries to get at least a knock before they can go in for that push. Trying to get the rotation happening here. 6 teams remaining. The battle is getting intense now, PTK. You know, this is Group C's first game, and I believe now they understand what's happening. This is our chance to make it to the top 14. So what next?
What next? What next is the sprays are coming in hot. The third party is crazy and crazy as we continue with the zone shrinkage. Both still are 4 players, but one of their guys is down. They are trying to get the revive. The DKs, these guys, how are they even still holding this position? They still have the zone. But in one way or another, these guys are praying. They are hoping that the zone is going to come to them. Otherwise, they will be the ones that are going to the zone. The DKs, 6 eliminations. I think that is 5 eliminations. Jeez. Hater with the 3, we have Data with the 2. Oh my goodness, these guys are dominating from that position, from that perspective. These guys, I believe this would be like a different case if they were at a full team. If they were a full squad, I believe they would have gotten a lot of eliminations. Because how do they have 5? How do they have 5? A duo.
Exactly. I mean, we know the Donkeys, they're from Somalia. They are quite good. You've said it. They are the only team that made it here. And you can see why. You can see how skillful they are. They are trying to figure out what next. The zone is yet to move. But once it moves, I am trying to figure out how they will be making the rotations here. But then luckily for them, the zone somehow seems to be trying to favor them. And they'll not be making very long movements. But going down this hill might just take a while before they do that. But I am really invested in seeing what happens with this high ground play. They are really focused. They are getting the right knocks. They are not really exposing themselves. One knock and you cannot see the player trying to continue spraying, but the player is just focusing on getting a revive on his knocked teammate. So for 6 teams remaining, the zone is about to close in. We'll be going into the 8th phase of the zone, and now this is what gets a little bit more interesting, because now all the teams are going to be in a position where they only have to fight and there is no more running. It is the land of dust. Just make sure the dust does not find your team.
Oh my goodness me. Zone at stage 7 and counting. Stage 8, that is the killer zone. You never want the blue to touch you in the killer zone. But the other was quite some spray from the normal clan trying to get the DKs. DK Huncho eliminated. And the DK is only one of the players is surviving. And they have the 5 eliminations. No more. They are making that stride. 4 players in that team. The rejects are almost rejected by the DK Deidara. Trying to get to the play zone because the zone is shifting. The zone is moving. Try to get the play zone. Warriors still holding the position. Still at a very quite I think it might be an advantage to them. DK Deidara at a very big disadvantage. He falls down. We have Normal Flame. Deidara eliminated by himself. Normal Flame are trying to fight V4. We need to see the 1v4, but they are out a full team with the 5 eliminations. 5 teams remain. 5 teams, Mitch. 5 teams.
5 teams remaining, and we can still see very strong teams surviving. Unfortunately, there for the DK player, he was just not having it because the numbers were not on his side. But for the remaining 5 teams, they will be now forced to engage in this fight. We can see a push finally. Warriors, they are being spotted. The damage is there. Amar is quite low, and his teammates team there will be trying to go in for that push. And Nade is getting cooked up, but then is he going to connect? Are we going to be having any casualties or someone getting knocked? But then the sprays are there. The players are getting the damage here. Warrior player Sting is quite surrounded, and just like that, there is no way he would have survived that way. And the No More clan basically said it is no more for Warriors, maybe next time. And now we have just 4 teams remaining. 8th phase of the zone going into the 9th phase, and we want to see not even the 9th last phase, and we want to see what will be happening, what will be changing now, because everyone right now is in the pan. Everyone is getting cooked. You just have to be ready enough not to be the first one to go back to lobby in this game.
3v4 v3. Crazy and crazy as we continue. These are the final 3 teams that are remaining. We have the ESP, We have the no's, we have the rejects. Who is going to win this? Who is going to dominate? It is a matter of time. It is that time of the night. It is that time of the hour where we shall be seeing the new winner, where we shall be seeing the winner of the first game when it comes to the Group C. That was quite some beautiful spray. And the ESPs at the moment are with the 2 players. We have the nose. 4 players. They have the numbers. They need to get the win. If they don't get the win, I know that these guys will be very, very angry at themselves. Reject still holding his position, waiting for the push, trying to get the play zone. It is a matter of seconds. The zone will be shrinking in 14 seconds. Stage 8. This is the killer zone. This is just it. No more Aura trying to get the Aura. Aura Farmer himself with the 3 eliminations, trying to get to the top spot, the sweet spot. As we, oh my goodness me, Nick, did you see those nades?
Yes, I can.
Knocks?
That is good.
2 knocks.
Yeah, the nades actually doing a good job. 2 knocks there. It does connect, and we have 2 players getting knocked there. Reject player, that is Rashka, does get the cover on his teammate, but then again, no more saves again for Reject. It is no more for them. There's nothing they can do. With just 2 teams remaining right now, no more will be having the high ground right now, and they'll be having the advantage, seeing that they can spot all the players right beneath them. But then, will it be enough for them to get a chicken dinner when it comes to this last fight?
Yeah, 3v2 at the moment. Each team having a player who is down, who will get the revive. 2v3, who have the numbers. No more. No. Get these. Take this home. Bring this home. Get that crowd wild up. Got those kills. It is a matter of seconds, and we have some beautiful sprays. No more Baloo. Oh my goodness me. He sprayed, but God sprayed also. It is a knock for a knock. Equally matched team. And this is the man. These are the 2 players remaining. No more Aura. And we have the no more Zelo. Zelo! Aura is down. Aura farmed himself. What is happening? We have some advancements. That was the one. That was the knock. That was set to slow down the normals. But what just happened? No more. And that is why those are the grades. No wonder those guys play this game brilliant. Just brilliant. A mark of a team. A mark of a man. An instinctive reaction. One to take. One to hit. Bang, bang. And that is how you do it, Mitch. That is just how.
Exactly, that is how you do it. No more there. They had the high ground, they had the numbers, but then this time around, I don't think it's going to be no more for others, but it was no more for them. And now we are going to be saying a beautiful goodbye to the teams from Group C. Not even just goodbye, saying that we'll not be seeing them again, but that was an amazing game coming from the teams in Group C. They have done their rotations, they have been able to come in and claim their eliminations, claim their placement points, and now there can only be one winner. There's only one person who can claim the winner chicken dinner. That was an amazing game from Group C, and they are just getting started. So I can imagine what will be happening tomorrow when they play again, and now they are finally comfortable and they know how the teams are going against are playing. It will be quite interesting to see how that turns out, PTK.
Yeah, the first game is for relieving the pressure. If you can be able to relieve the pressure, the pressure, oh my goodness me. If you can be able to relieve the pressure early in the game, early in the tournament, you have the upper hand of winning the game. So relieve the pressure and get that patience. Get that patience. And guys, as we look at the MVP, this is the man of the match. This is Espada Shiro with the 5 eliminations. That was quite some damage. 904 damage. We have 6 knocks. He got the 2 assists. He healed, bro. That was quite some heals. 408 heals, bro. That was crazy. This guy was the med. This guy had every heal, the painkillers, the bandages. This guy had it all. But GG's to the MVP. That is Shiro. And as we look at the top players, Shiro got the top player. That was the 5 eliminations for the man. He got the damage 904, 6 knocks. That was a very, very OP for him. We have Florent getting the 4 eliminations. Mo Baloo with the 4 eliminations. Mo Aura with the 4. And Honcho completing that with the 3 eliminations. Those are the top eliminators. Those are the guys, those are the fraggers, and that is just it.
Yep, that is
Mitch?
it. Looking at the match summary here, we
Nice.
can see 46 eliminations coming from that game, 15 headshots, a long distance elimination of 311 meters from Espada player Shiro, and we have 3 drops looted, 2 grenade eliminations, and no vehicle elimination because I did not see people doing a lot of pushing with the vehicles. Most of them just use it for the rotation, but then that was a really impressive game that we have seen there in Miramar. They have done a really good job. When the first fight began, that was with Insane there. We saw how Force they got into that fight. They went in for that push. They got the knocks, and then sure they had secured their victory. The winners of the game here, we can see Espada is they were able to take on a fight earlier before they came in here, and once the rotation began, most of the teams started losing teammates one by one. The grenades started making sense. The donkeys, they used the high ground to their advantage, and a lot of things did change. Most of the teams became disadvantaged because the numbers were decreasing as the donkeys enjoyed the easy eliminations from the high ground. But then as the game came into a completion, we thought the normal clan was going to give us a chicken dinner. But then as they were engaging in that fight, the Espada team was just watching and strategizing. And once they got the first knock, that is when they got the confidence. And just like that, Espada were able to get their winner chicken dinner from that game. Looking at the team starts for Espada, we have Shiro. They're getting 5 eliminations, a damage of 904, with Florent getting 4, a damage of 714, and Morgan getting 2, a damage of 721. But for Osal, sorry, he only got 0 with very little damage. But the good thing is the whole team did contribute in one way or another. You can see the damage for the 3 players, Shiro, Florent, and Morgan. They really had it covered, and they got to carry their team throughout the game, and they were able to get a beautiful, amazing, well-deserved winner chicken dinner.
And for the match ranking, this is for the Group C. Number 1, that is Espada, 21 total points. 21 is crazy. 21 is crazy. We have the number 2, we have the Nose getting the 18, we have the Rejects with the 8. But I don't understand when it comes to the margin. We have quite some margin between the number 1, the number 3. That is some insane figures in between the number 1 and the number 3. We have teams getting 0 points. Galaxy at the tail of it all. We have the DTs in speeders, and they need to do something different when it comes to tomorrow's game. When it comes to tomorrow's games, these guys, they need to become very well conserved with energy, with the zest, with the zeal to make that win come. Remember, 14 teams will be making it to the final, and the final will be the LAN at Nairobi, Kenya. I can't wait for that. I'm pretty pumped up to see something that is the Pubg Mobile African Cup in Kenya. And don't forget, the number 1 team will be making it where, bitch?
To Nairobi, Kenya, where the Infinix GT30 Pro will be used. They came from nowhere. They're with the GT30 Pro, and they rise. So can you. And of course, by now, win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be their number 1 fan, and outplay the rest.
Very nice. Today has been awesome. 5 matches played, but tomorrow is where we need to see the changes. Group A, Group B, Group C. Who's got it all? 14 teams. Remember that. That should be in your heads, and that should be it all. That was the last game. First game, second, third, fourth, and that was the fifth. Those are the chicken dinner winners. Unique eSports getting the first chicken dinner. Mao eSports getting the second one. RRG getting the group. That was the match number 3. The match number 4 going to the Angry. And finally, Espada leading the Group C with that chicken dinners. GG's. I don't even have the words to say what happened. That was crazy, Mitch. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was really interesting. And I mean, that is something we expect to see. It is the PUBG Mobile Africa Cup 2025, the first of its kind. And we expect teams to be like that. But anyway, it has been a blast. We have enjoyed all the groups from A, B to C. And now, even as they come to a close, we hope to see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, as we continue cheering on to our groups and wishing them the best in the next games. For now, it is good night. See you next time.
Good night.